Yeah, I just now noticed that myself. Yep, I noticed that as well. I'm fixing that too. Yep, don't worry. I'm getting things fixed. Yes, I do need the bot. Okay, now you all should be in
Give
here.
him a moment.
Okay, and music.
Hi.
Oh, there, bot. How are you?
Hello.
We always gotta say hello to the bot and treat them with kindness and respect.
Okay. Yeah, not sure why Chase and Belle's portraits aren't showing.
Maybe.
That's very strange.
Technology.
All right, I'm gonna have to full screen this so I see what I'm doing. Wait, is SoundCloud not playing?
SoundCloud is not playing now.
No.
I don't know.
Okay. There it
There you
is.
go.
There we go.
There it goes.
It must have
like,
not
wait a
put
minute.
your link.
Oh boy. What a mess. Let's see. All right. I remember what I got to do. Okay. I'm gonna go in the D&D bot. There's everybody's portraits. Okay. This will only take a second. No, it's still not showing up. Let me try Belle, see what's going on with that. Very, very strange.
Oh, the technical difficulties.
Yay. Always
Can't
seems
live
to
without-
happen, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't live without technology.
Well,
Can't live
this
with it.
hasn't been this kind of an issue for a while. Although I did notice that there's some differences. Okay. I wonder if it'll work now for Belle. But Chase, I don't know. I copied and pasted the link. And the link had different text in it than usual. So I was thinking, oh, that might work. But I don't think so. Shit. I'll try it one more time for Chase. But after that, we're just going to have to move on without it. I haven't done any changes to it. It just happened on its own. Kind of like previous times when this kind of thing happened. Nope. Yeah, it didn't fix it. So for whatever reason, specifically just Belle and Chase
What?
are not
And Evelyn.
showing. Oh, and Evelyn, that's right.
Oh no!
So yeah, we have three of our players here. Their portraits just don't want to work, even though they're set up the exact same way as mine, Anoran's, Kaylee's, and Careless. It's literally the exact same. Oh God. Well, we're just gonna have to put up with it.
Yep, that's
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
People don't
That
come for
is
that.
such an arbitrary thing to break.
I know, right?
Of course.
Ugh.
Oh, this
Yeah,
isn't the
but-
first time.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, but you know, show goes on.
You and Joel
it's
are
fun.
can attest to the number of times stupid shit has broken on my end, so in OBS and shit, so
Yeah. Doing everything, including refreshing cache, and it's just not working. So
it's fine. Let's
Yeah.
It's fun. Like,
yeah.
let's just
Yay.
continue.
Yeah. All right. So people will know that you're here because of your voice and your figure and everything else. Now then, here we go. Last time, the party prepared themselves for a trek across the Spring region to find Neathri, Queen of the Fields. Their mission this time was to obtain magical oats from her as part of the Sealy Court string of mini-quests across the realm. Before leaving, Chase took the time to learn a bit more about the items obtained from Frida, the Burhag. Razzle and Dazzle, they offered their services to assist going forward as a means to help determine if an item is cursed, and in doing so, they discovered that the Dreamcatcher was one such cursed item, though the remaining seemed to be perfectly fine, including the ones seemingly most obvious. After setting off, the party first discovers that this particular region is one rife with life, teeming with oversized flora and various types of colors. Though as beautiful as it may seem, some were clearly more sentient and dangerous than others, as an enormous pitcher plant attempted to lure in the party with its sweet scent in order to devour them. As the party breaks free and Anoran blasts the plant dead, the forest deemed the party as contract breakers, having partaken the sweet scent, but gave nothing in return but death. The forest turns on them, chasing them all out, but not before the party was able to examine a broken carriage on the road, holding 2 barrels of crystallized wishes inside, giving the party a means of bartering with Sealy and some unsealy Fae with actual currency. As the light of the sun fades, the party comes across a Feywild tabaxi calling herself Luca Brightwhisker, who seems to have been placed under a trap by none other than the trickster archfey Rumpelstiltskin. Discovering no harm was actually coming her way, she still considers the party her saviors and invites them to spend the night with her at a nearby camp. After taking the time to get to know them all, she gleefully calls them her new friends, claiming that she hasn't had much of a chance to make any recently. Though, in the middle of the night, she takes off, leaving a note behind claiming that she still had work to do and couldn't stay any longer, but hopes to see them all again soon. The following night, the party came across a dark ruin filled with chanting and munching. A horse cult had gathered around the currently rooted Neathri, using her powers to their own gluttonous advantage. Though it appeared as if gorging on those magical oats and what of hers? Oh, wheat. It's supposed to be wheat. Oats and wheat of hers had mutated some of the horses, making them more powerful than expected, as well as excessively heavy from all the overeating. Still, after a fierce, if not oddly comical fight, the party stood triumphant, allowing them to begin reversing the curse on Neathri and saving her as the remainder of the horse cult ran off into the night, vowing vengeance upon the party. And so, that is where we begin tonight, as the scent of charred, burning horse fat fills the air and wafts along with a gentle breeze, filling everyone's lungs with the horrid stench. Anoran, meanwhile, finds himself with fork and knife in hand, and a horse head printed bib tied around his neck. Nobody knows how it got there. He doesn't even know how they got there, but they're there now. Where is everyone?
Food. I don't know.
I don't see where everybody's. I'm gonna have
I
to.
have it invisible for some reason, Kagato.
That
yeah, I
is-
was about to bring that up.
You are indeed invisible.
He's invisibles.
You are indeed invisible. Okay. I should probably get rid of these lingering cultists around because that would be an interesting thing. Hey, you know that your buddies ran off, right? Ah, shit.
Also, add on like, let's remove all this unnecessary fat. Ooh, there's the good meat.
I could just imagine that that one's left behind, but only because he was sleeping on the job.
Oh, dear. That actually would make sense, to be perfectly honest. But they've already been dealt with, so oh well. All right, let me go on ahead and get some music. Hopefully this will be like the chat window the other night where it just starts to work again all of a sudden.
Maybe.
All right. So, as Belle has taken some time to pump a couple of spells of remove curse on Neathri, she's finding herself gradually unrooted, though she is still deeply rooted. So this looks like it's going to take a little bit of time, but the frustrated, if not sarcastic look on her face is actually starting to become a little bit more of a genuine smile as she begins to feel a lot more relaxation with the fact that the cult is now gone. So I am going to ask all of you, would you like to have a roleplay initiative for right now, or would you like to just go as a group and just talk whenever you feel the need?
I think going as a group would be more coherent here, since everybody's all here anyway. But what about the rest of you?
Yeah, I don't see a reason for rolling initiative right now.
Yeah, same.
All right. Then unless there's any opposite takes, then we'll just pass it on to the lot of you as a group. So going once,
Jars.
going twice. All right. So I will now pass it on to all of you.
So, no, it's probably an embarrassing question for you to answer, but how did you end up in this state, madam?
She immediately just lights up. Well, you can see practically fire in her eyes as she just screams out the name Baltoff. Excuse me, pardon me. I didn't mean to just belch that out there. Baltoff.
Baldolf?
Baltoff.
Baltoff.
The Magnificent?
No, that's Bardock. No, Bartok. Baltok.
Oh, okay.
Bartok, the magnificent bat.
And there's nothing
Yes.
magnificent about him, I assure you.
Well,
Balto, got it.
Fucking.
Okay.
so he caught you off guard and cursed you here. I'm assuming I'd be assuming that'd be the only way he'd be able to do this to you.
Well, of course. That's the only way he could possibly do anything to me. He is a lesser archfey, after all. There's no way that, she just fidgets a little bit where she stands, like thinking back at the time. No, he absolutely caught me off guard. That's what it was.
He caught you with your pants down, didn't he?
Is
Oh,
that
joke's on him and
figurative
you. I don't wear
or-
pants.
I thought that was a phrase of speech, but okay.
It's a phrase of speech.
You're in a
and
party
they're
with
playing.
Kaylee. I don't think you. I think we do have to clarify that.
Yeah, but that's just an expression in the material plane.
Anyways. Okay.
What?
Yeah, let's. I don't.
I'm so confused.
Yes, I think we all are. Let's. So. If someone like this likely was very arrogant, was likely taunting you, did he happen to reveal any other reason why he might do this to you?
Oh, Paul Toth and I have been at odds for a very long time. Being the Prince of Swamps, I am being the Queen of the Fields. We very much have differences in opinion on how the land should be.
Oh, I get it. He prefers the more boggy environment, where this environment's kind of like a disgusting thing to him.
Absolutely. I have
Difference
no
of opinions
idea.
again.
I have no idea how he's able to manage to do this, though. No, that's beside the point. Once I get out of here, I am going to go home, and I'm going to take care of a couple of things, and then I'm going to rip his fucking tongue out.
Well, swamps usually prefer a lot of water. Potentially, probably likes what's happening to a lot of the areas right now involving the drowned king.
Oh, so you know about that, do you?
Yeah, we've known about it for a while.
Well, this is just a off-the-cuff hypothesis, but they may have made an alliance.
I highly doubt that Bullywug would ever make an alliance with anyone, though if it was promised that he would actually manage to get far more land, then perhaps he might accept some terms.
Well, that's exactly what's becoming of the land. They're becoming boggy, swamp-like.
Can you tell me more about that? I've been
Sure.
rooted here for some time.
Hold on a second. Belle, are you alright?
While they're discussing things, I'm still poking about at the roots and shit. Arcana 17, like how there's no further complications. It's like the unrooting of her is coming along fine.
Right,
I'm
essentially.
playing mechanic while they're having this fucking discussion.
Yeah, you essentially have a little bit more work to do, but for the most part, it's working. So yeah, just keep doing what you're doing.
Chase, I need the magical monkey wrench. The engine down here sucks.
No. I help. Okay. Super. Well, there. Anyways,
Great,
entering.
hold this route.
Yeah. Entering. Continue.
So, you'll just go into what they found as they were traveling from the Yarn Weaver's territory towards the Twilight Midnight Carnival, whatever the fuck they call themselves. And you'll show the Tier of the Greatwood.
She actually has a change of her face completely droops upon seeing that in your hand. It looks like that she's trying to hold back a little bit of emotion there. But she still stands strong, especially considering that that's all she can do. I see. So the Great Wood has passed then.
It's okay though. He's a tree, and this is technically a seed.
Yes, as life goes on, though, it's still painful to say goodbye to a friend.
He'll be back when we're done with this place. I'll plant him, and he'll grow.
The fact that he gave you that means that he has some trust in you. So, if he had trust with you, then I should too. That actually reminds me, what are you doing here? This isn't exactly a place that's normally traversed.
We were tasked by the Sealy Court to, specifically Dom, to procure some of your oats for him.
Ah, is that right? Well, I guess it's still a mystery whether or not he knew of my predicament or not.
Oh, he knew.
Hmm?
He had to have known. They said flat out that she was cursed this way.
Oh, that's good. So he sent some people out for me then. That's good
He
news.
specifically requested we take the oats. He never said anything about fixing you. We just decided to do that.
So at this point, you can see that she's trying hard to rip her own roots out of the ground as if she's trying to basically march forward. No, it's not working all that well. Belle needs a little bit more time, but she essentially starts to fume a little bit, basically starting to spout a couple of words that none of you have ever heard about. Though anybody that knows Sylvan knows that these are not nice words.
No, Sue, Sue, I said hold the flashlight to the left.
Your left or
No,
my
left?
Point
And then I'll
being,
Pearl of power and remove curse again.
Pearl of power and remove curse again. Okay. So with that, it looks like that the roots are finally starting to come undone, and in just a few more minutes, she's likely going to finally be free of her predicament.
would you like some tea? I could make some tea.
She just belts out, yes!
Okay, I'll start making tea now.
That reminds me. Anaran. I wasn't paying too close attention to this. Have you healed her at any point during this? Because she did get bombed with the rest of us.
I'm gonna take.
And while I don't think it hurt that much, it probably isn't good for it. I don't know what effects that might have.
You know what? Hold up. Before I make tea, I'm gonna make a medicine check to see if there's any actual damage.
All right, go for it.
What's, cheat reloads. Bada bing, bada boom. Natural 1 for 10.
Oof.
Well, you can't really tell if she's damaged or not. You just know that she is pretty much 75% tree right now, and some bark just looks a little bit out of place compared to other bark, but you've seen lots of trees like that, so it's just normal.
He'll turn and shrug. Well, just when you got hit by the whole fat bomb, did you feel anything?
I felt embarrassment.
Okay, she's fine.
Speaking of which, what are you going to do with all of the that?
I mean, there's whatever I can't take with me would make good mulch.
I suppose that's actually true. Horse mulch. Never thought of it.
As I said, you guys turned this place into a glue factory.
Oh yes, do watch where you step so you're not stuck to the floor.
I don't know, that was one of the more weird fights we've had.
That was one of the weirder fights you've had. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, we noticed. And at least you got to work on her.
It's fine, we had it handled. Okay. So...
She does take a look over at Kaylee for a moment, but I will let Chase continue his...
Got nothing right now, so you can go on
Oh.
with that.
So she looks over at Kaylee. Well then, Harengon. Wait, no. No, your bottom half is a little different.
Rabbit folk.
That's a shame. Though I suppose it's not terribly a shame. It means that they live on elsewhere. Rabbit folk.
We were told that Luna created us, but I'm wondering if that's not the case.
It's very likely. At the same time, it's very likely that she helped pave the way for Harengon to cross over to another realm for safety. Or it's very much a complete and utter lie. I have no idea. This Luna or whatever, I don't know her.
It wouldn't be the first time she's lied.
Well,
And you can tell there's strong animosity in her words when she says that.
ooh. Well, she's certainly not a fae then.
And what time would that be?
What were you asking?
Kaylee.
Oh.
Yeah, she's not answering.
Ugh.
Wait, what? What time? What?
It's...
It's like 12. No, 10.
I would be able to help tell you, but I can't really lift my head up, and even if I could, there's nothing up there.
You could have asked, probably could have asked your followers to install like a sundial in front of you or something.
You're funny, I
Hey,
like
if
you.
they won't let you move, you can at least abuse your privilege, your position in some way.
Well, there's the thing. Every time I tried, they warped it into something of their pleasure. They really would not listen to me.
Like what?
Oh, let's see. How I don't deserve to be here, that I was rooted here against my will, yada yada, and they just turn around and proclaim that I'm just being modest and that I'm here for them and so on and so forth. I have absolutely no heart for them at all, so I really did not care what you did. So if murder was it, then murder is it.
Probably shouldn't have said you don't deserve to be here. That, I could see how they would misconstrue that.
They
Either
saw,
way.
yeah, they saw infinite food source. They don't fucking care.
Pretty much.
Okay, so. Well, I'm not sure how much longer this is gonna take, but
It should only be a few minutes.
And
Okay.
but honestly, you just pop out one seemingly looks like a foot-like root. It's basically a foot completely covered in bark, as if it was some kind of a shoe. And she just lifts it up. It's like, oh, much better. You know, I'm used to being a part of a tree, but not for this long.
Okay. Yeah.
While they're
Looks like it's almost
discussing-
done here. Sue, move the light. I need to find the other one.
yeah.
Yeah.
While they're discussing. Adarin will do a quick sending to Lady Varanestra.
Oh, the picture's working now.
Yeah, see?
They just started working on their own.
Wait,
It's fine. Yep.
Either way,
it's like flipping. It's like flickering in and out.
It's fine. No, it's working now.
You-
It's working now.
Yeah, that's fine. We're good. Please continue.
it's
Whatever.
the sending to Lady Varanestra is Lady Neothra's curse is being removed. The oaths will be obtained. Thought somebody should know. will be moving on towards the succubi soon.
So you just hear back, that is wonderful news. You're making fantastic progress. That's about, what, half? Excellent. Oh, I hope Neathri's doing all right. It's been a while since I visited her.
Lady Vernestra says hello.
Fuck off.
My.
Okay, Anaran will use another sending. And I quote, Lady Neathre, and I quote, fuck off.
Oh. Now I know she's perfectly fine. Oh, that's great news. That's great news. We're all very pleased here.
You have an interesting relationship.
If they knew, then they should have sent somebody earlier, but whatever. It's fine. I'm sure they've got their hands full.
Yes. They haven't said anything specifically, but there are other. They haven't told us specifically, but there are other problems currently arising in the Feywild that we came here to help deal with, and I'm starting to think these trials are partially them testing our mettle.
You don't say. I had a feeling something was going to be getting worse and worse, but the sooner I get out of here, the better.
Stop squirming so damn much. This peg leg's stubborn for some reason.
I'll have you know that is still my leg. It is not a peg leg. It is made of me, and I will kick you with it if you
And you are
continue...
made of wood right now, so it is a peg leg.
Do I look like a pirate?
Do you want to be? We came from them.
She just blinks a few times. Just get me out of here.
I am not wrong.
So eventually, you're able to completely, like, pulling a carrot out of the ground, just pull her other leg up. And now any of the tiny little roots that were attached to her have been snapped off. They seem to be looking a little different compared to the rest of her, and they begin to wilt and wither. As for the rest of her, she begins to start forming into a more humanoid appearance as all that bark begins to just kind of recede onto her and kind of smooth out, almost looking like it is skin instead. And all the rest of the bark and the twigs and the like begin to flow out more and form more into a dress. The little stump that she has, that's part of her being a dryad, of course, she just leans up against it, puts her foot up. This feels so much better. I'm normally used to being a tree, but it's hard to be a traveler when you're stuck in one place.
Hello?
You can proceed to not be putting your head in that direction, please. I do have a pumpkin here.
I did not move an inch.
I have a pumpkin here, and you will have it as a head if you do not move.
That would actually be the third time that's happened.
She takes the oddly glowing apple that's kind of translucent, red and blue, and just shoves it in your mouth. Thank you very much.
Whoa.
Here's your reward. Pat, pat, pat. Now then.
What the fuck?
Oh, so that was what was behind me. Oh, fuck. No wonder they were... whatever. So, pat, pat, thank you. Pat, pat, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And, thank you.
T.
Actually, no, I'm not going back up there. I'm coming back down here. She just goes up to the nearest horse and kick.
Oi.
T.
Oh, T? T good. Just snatches it from you and just sip, 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 sip.
I'm munching on... while I'm munching on that apple, I'll have you know, the little one next to next to Chase held the flashlight, so she was very helpful in rescuing you.
Got my hat. I'm good.
She just summons an apple and shoves it in her mouth. There you go. Both Belle and Sue will find that this apple is the single most delicious fucking apple they've ever had. Imagine apple pie, but it's still just an apple. The juice is apple cider in the best way, and you find that it rejuvenates your bodies quite well. You find yourselves healed, if you need to be healed in any form, by 15 HP.
Is that a flat effect, or?
That's a flat effect, yes. It takes my energy to make these, so please don't be going around like those horses and ask me to fill up a bag or something for you. At least not until I get home. You will be escorting me home, right?
Where's home?
Where is home?
Let's see, where's here?
We are currently.
How the fuck should we know?
We are in the field. Well, judging from the massive amounts of miles of rain, fields aplenty.
So we're near.
currently
Oh, go ahead.
Well, we are in this. Still in this. You never mind. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, considering I try to travel between both spring, summer, and fall in order to spread the fields, I am going to be, let's see, I don't know how far from here is the summer and fall. My home is essentially at the meeting point of all three.
Oh.
How close to Yggdrasil is that?
Oh, hold on. She just sprouts roots from her back and just shoves them in the ground. Let me see. Oh, we're here, are we? Wow, I really did go a ways. But if we go that way, we don't have to go down the cliff. Okay, not bad. All right. They just go right back into her back. So it's only a couple of days trip, if you don't mind. I'll give you your oats that you're looking for.
You can't just leave her alone.
No.
We do need the oats.
She is currently been, as much as she is a archmage, she's probably very drained, and Boltov could come back. I don't see why we should. I have seen no reason why we should not escort her. So sure.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Trust me, I'll make it worth your while.
All right, let's get moving.
Might as well.
Whatever.
All right, off we go. All right. I didn't know what was back there. Off we go. Up here?
Looking behind you was literally the first thing you did.
No, that's wrong.
Not up there.
Off this way.
This way.
This way,
way.
please.
Oh, over there. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Wait, are you sure this way? This doesn't look right.
Yes, just follow us.
Oh, grass. Oh, lovely grass. She just flops on the grass and starts making grass angels.
She's Rapunzel from Tangled.
It's somebody who's still recovering from potential Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, just give her a few minutes. Let her have some fun.
So, all right. I should probably get things loaded.
Hey, Ryoga.
What did you call me?
Where?
I called her Ryoga.
Oh.
Ryoga? I don't know that.
Ryoga Hibiki.
Ryoga
On the
Hibiki.
one half.
Oh! God, it's been so
Asshole
long since I
that
watched
had
that.
the worst sense of direction, worse than Zorro.
Pretty much.
Where did I? Oh, it's in the second half.
I'm moving right along.
All right. So, essentially, find yourselves on a grand adventurous path. As Neathri is following back in tow, she proves to be rather elated that she's up and walking around again, to the point where you find that she is going off the beaten path a little bit too much, a little bit curious as to see what has changed since she's been rooted into the ground. Very much like a curious child at a toy store. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, that's new. Ooh, that's new. But for the most part, she does still try to stay along with the rest of you. You don't find that there's any real trouble. You don't find any signs of any bullywugs or horses or anything else that wants to get in your way. And good news, any plants that want to eat you immediately stop doing so as soon as Neathri just shows up. So for the most part, you're protected on this trip. It is 2 days, however. One night passes very uneventful. But
2 things. First, Chase will ask about the plants in this contract, if she knew anything about that.
So I'm assuming you'll just explain everything that you dealt with?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So she just kind of claps her hands together. Oh, you were almost tricked. Okay. So there are some carnivorous plants that like to eat travelers. And here's the thing. They let off a contract in the form of their scent, or their flowers, or their fruits. You take part of their fruits, their flowers, even their scent. They assume that the contract has been signed, which means that you took something from them, you now have to give something back. And for them, that is your flesh and bone. Unless you give them something else.
Yes,
Death.
that's what Anaran gave them. He gave them, he mulched one of their big boys.
Oh. And I assume that the surrounding area decided to try and eat you as a result?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah, I would advise not just blowing them up. Typically, all they want is just something to eat. So if you have anything on you, just feed them and they'll be more than happy to just let you on by. In fact, they'll probably give you the shortest path.
This
Just
is why
any kind of food.
we don't set things on fire.
It's
I'm
also
more than willing to kill things if they don't feel like cooperating.
it's also kind of a big no-no
we
to
didn't even ask what was going on, so
It's fine,
Yes.
though. It's fine. It was a plant in the spring region. The spring and fall are a mixed bag. It's only summer and winter that you know exactly what you're getting into.
Well, at least we know what to do now when if we come across something like that again.
And I will also take the opportunity to forage for any form of herb.
All right. Then go on ahead and give it your nature roll.
$33 for a nat. No, that's 30. That's the roll is 33, and then add 8 for 41.
God. Roll. I made that. Oh dear. Roll for your survival then.
26.
26. All right. I think that one might also be either a mid or a rare. Let's see. Google spreadsheets. Okay, wild plants. All right, 26. God, it repeats. Okay. So that's the Huntsman's Orchid. All right. It is an extremely rare orchid said to empower those in danger. Can be eaten raw when in danger. Named after Oberon, Lord of Beasts. More common in forests filled with fauna. A single one of those creates a potion of heroism when eaten raw. Or you get, if you refine it, you can make a potion of vitality or heroism. No, I'm sorry, vitality and heroism. So if you eat it raw, you just get the effects of potion of heroism. If you refine it, you add on the effects of potion of vitality.
It's called Huntsman's what?
Huntsman's Orchid.
And how many did I find?
You found one.
Just one. Okay. Heroism and vitality, you said?
Yep. Yeah, I won't have you
Okay.
worry about examining it. We'll just have Neathri just flat out tell you what it is.
Okay. Alright, that's it for now.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Careless is what I'm missing. And
And I take it we did get a full rest on after the first day.
yes, you got a full rest now. GM tools, make unique. Okay. Grab in some music. If I can find it. Oh, there it is. All right, let me go ahead and summon you all here. As you make your way, the sun seems to be disappearing behind some clouds. The sky is fairly clear until then. You actually had quite a bit of sunshine, but things are starting to become a little bit more gray and dim. Though Neathri doesn't seem to notice all that much. He's too busy kind of frolicking along, having a fun discussion with all of you. Let me go on ahead and summon you all here. All right, it's just right under that rock arch. It's so nice to be home. You guys are gonna love it. Oh, go ahead.
Well, one, Bill and I should no longer be flying.
Good point.
And two, Chase's paranoia is gonna kick in. It's like, perhaps we should, I know this is an odd thought, climb over the arch.
Climb over the arch. That's just like fun. Let's do that. Let's see. Oh, good footholds right over here. You guys are gonna love this place. I tell you, I take good care of it. There's all kinds of greenery and all. And that is where she pauses as she looks out to find that everything has been covered in swamp. It was once a shimmering field of golden grain, long flowing grass, which is now just filled with lifeless swamps of black, stagnant waters and withered husks. There is a large tree out in the middle that already appears to be losing its life, with several of the leaves turning orange, falling off, branches made bare, snapping off, falling into the water. No, this isn't right. No. I can't click her. Why can't I click her? There we go. So she just runs off, heading right over towards the tree. She's screaming several names that none of you have heard before, though they are adorable sounding names, like Peter, Cottontail, yes, whatever. sounds like you would name pets. Best way I can really answer. As she hurries over towards what looks like a tree house in this tree. And she just barges in. Starts climbing up, shouting out all of those names once more. They're not anywhere. Where are they? There was a squirrel family living here. Anybody see anything?
Give me 10 minutes. I'll cast Commune.
I'm gonna search
Let
over
me
here.
see. While he is doing that,
I wanted to actually
while
have
he's-
names ready, but I failed to do it in time.
Okay.
while he's doing that, detect thoughts, and I'm gonna be taking a walk around of it. Detect thoughts will let me know if I get within 30 feet of any creature that has a mind. So I'm just walking around looking for anything that might be alive, basically.
Okay. So you do find something. You will actually find a squirrel nearby. It's a squirrel that's wearing a little hat. It's got a little red bandana. It is going to be...
Around here?
Yes. It's up at the top of the tree that you're nearby, clinging desperately to one of the branches, though you're detecting thoughts, you said, right?
Yep.
Unfortunately,
just lets me know the presence until
Yeah.
I focus on something specific.
then since you don't have communicate with animals active, you don't know what the actual thoughts are, but you do know that there is a life there, but it's very, very, very weak.
I'll focus on it. I'll focus on it, which lets me I can target it dedicatedly. Though, does it know a language?
You find that it does know common.
Okay, then unless it resists me, what's its surface thoughts?
That these are his last moments.
Okay, I'm gonna get it. You said it's at the top of the tree?
Yes.
I'm just gonna climb my way up there then.
Okay, let me get an actual figure here. Because unfortunately there's no squirrel figure. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the squirrel be played by something else. We're going to have the squirrel be played by a cat.
Close enough.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Erp. Just clamber up there.
As you climb up the tree, the branches are so brittle that each one you step on snaps off, removing the ladder back down.
I'm not super concerned about that. As long as I can, get up on this thing.
It's a little hard. Want me to help you out with that?
Yeah,
Here, I got you.
Alright.
It's very, very specific.
Getting up there. So, like, it's wounded, or...
It doesn't appear to be extremely wounded, though there are some cuts on the creature. It's mostly the fact that there's just no life energy around here. It's like it's being sapped away from him.
Do you speak?
He lifts his head up and just shakes his head, showing that while he can understand you, he can't actually speak the language.
Well, if you can understand me, I'm currently reading your thoughts. We can communicate that way, if it pleases you.
He just
Are you
slowly
okay?
nods his head, and he does respond. And much like how Kaylee is able to communicate with Psy Whisperers and Zeed, this squirrel here just responds with, "I'm not gonna make it. Everyone else is gone."
Why are you not gonna make it?
I can't move under my own strength anymore. I've been looking for everyone for so long. I'm tired.
Hungry, hurt? Like, you hungry, hurt, or just tired? All three?
Hungry, yes. There's no food here. Tired, very. Hurt, not as much as the others.
Okay. Well. But you're not dying right this second.
I'm not?
Well,
You come
may
to
have
save
trouble
me?
moving. You may have trouble moving, but I don't. You want to get down from here?
You're not gonna eat me?
Why would I do that? Right. The snake thing. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be doing that today.
And please save me.
Okay. Just get in the bag. Just get in this hole real quick. Portable hole.
He just takes pause with that and looking between you and it, but seemingly out of desperation, he just hurls himself in.
Okay. And I use the fucking parachute cloak to get back down.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm gonna, I guess, walk over to this, well, I mean, I'm gonna let it then take him back out of the portable hole and just kind of casually stick him on my shoulder.
Gotcha. And what I'll do
Being out of that
is I'll give control of him to you, so that way you can move him along with you. There you go. Meanwhile, there's just the sound of banging and clashing and things almost breaking as Neathri is just taking what seems to be small-sized furniture, just hurling them about, just calling out names of various different creatures. She mentions the names Peter, Coco, Yoshi, and Andy. Out there, and one more, Robin.
I didn't ask what your name was, but but that'll pretty much do it for me on this rotation. Like, gotta see how give everyone else a chance to do something.
Yeah, let's go on ahead and do an initiative now. We'll say that, Belle, you've just gone first. So let's have the others go on ahead and roll for initiative, so they can take the time to do some investigation or some conversation. So, Chase, what did you get?
10.
Chase with the 10. Evelyn.
10.
Okay. Then Chase, then Evelyn. Anaran.
23.
Okay. Bell I'll have at the bottom since he's already done his, or I'll have him up on top. I'll just start with somebody else first. Carolus.
I got a 20.
20. And Kaylee.
14.
14. All right, so Anaran, you are next.
Commune. We appear to be at Lady Nyathre's personal home, though it had fallen to some form of either attack or something else. Question 1. Do any being that once lived in this place still live?
Only 2.
Has this event occurred in the last 40 Feywild years?
Yes.
Is this reversible?
It can be.
Can be. Very well, thank you. Nyathre.
She's sounding kind of panicked right now, but she's just like, what? What, did you find something?
I asked. Only 2 people that once lived here are still alive. I would assume yourself and one other.
Well, then ask again.
This has happened in the last 40 years of your Feywild years. And it can be reversed. Though I'm not sure how.
Just ask again, please.
Her words are absolute. Only 2 survived.
Then whoever she is a liar.
Come here.
She's just walking out slowly. She's got nothing in her hands, but she's staring at them. I wasn't gone that long. I wasn't gone that long.
You were gone long enough for this Baltrov to turn your home into a swamp.
What she says is true.
What she says is true. Death is no liar.
I see.
But that does mean one other lives. And Kagato, with my passive perception of 24, could I have heard the landing of Bell? Not his conversation, but him landing.
I mean, I landed with a parachute, so I don't know.
I would have heard the parachute activate then.
Let me put it this way. It would actually make sense for him to hear that because there's no other sound. The water is still, the air is still, There's no other sounds of creatures or life. It's as if you're in a vacuum. So even the lightest sounds could be deafening. He heard the parachute.
Wait.
If that's the case, then everybody heard it.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, my physics might be fucked up, but do parachutes operate in dead wind?
They do. Because how gravity pushing down. Yeah, gravity is pulling down on the parachute, which is catching the wind or catching the air as a thing. You don't need to have blowing wind to have a parachute.
Well, I knew you didn't have to have particularly strong wind, but
As long as
Wasn't
there's
sure.
air, you're fine.
okay.
Thelma, have you found anything?
What's your name? I'm just gonna turn to this girl. What was your name?
Robin.
Squirrel that thinks it's a bird calls itself Robin.
She essentially scurries away from Anaran, tripping over herself, leaping up on the banister, almost falling into the water. She is just ripping herself up on all the twigs and branches sticking out.
No, wrong way, that way.
Oh,
That way.
my camera was zoomed so far out that I thought that was Belle. And okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to zoom in a bit. I still can't. There you are. For a second, I thought that. Okay, yeah. Never mind.
And then the rest of Vanaran's turn will just be him. Alright, start to see if you can find anything. Been 40 years since this happened, but we might be able to find a clue as to how, when, and what was here when this happened. Assuming nature didn't destroy it. And that'll be it.
Okay. Next up is going to be Carolus. Wherever he is.
Look down my
There it is. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it.
Start investigating around here first.
Yeah,
See if
go on
there's
ahead
any
and
bodies.
go on ahead and roll for perception if you're looking for anything specifically. Let me know. If you're just looking for anything at all, let me know.
I guess in this case he'd be trying to find bodies that are hiding or small mementos. So I guess I'll just roll perception, you said?
Yep.
Oh, damn it, that was a 9.
With the 9, unfortunately, you're not finding anything, whether it's life or objects or anything of the sort. Everything just seems to be completely overtaken by swamp, and not just swamp, but a dead swamp. Everything in your sight is just dead or dying.
He's got a frown on his face. Just like Dale's. I was burned the first time. Poor people. And I'll keep investigating areas.
I'll let you roll 2 more times. Okay, so anything that you might think is a place of interest, by all means, go for it. That is not a person that's supposed to be there. I'm killing
I was about
him.
to say, what the hell is that?
I
Just
thought I
ran
got
into
rid
some
of.
random barbarian. It's like,
Yep.
what the fuck?
I thought I got rid of everybody, but oh well. There we go.
So is this perception or investigation in this little cave area?
It would still be perception, because remember, perception is just catching something with your eye. Investigation is figuring out further details.
Come on, dice, please. That's a little bit better, but that's still nothing. That's a 10.
No, with a 10, when you come into this cave, all you see is just a small cave and a little bit of a hole in the back, but that's about it.
Everything I want to do, saying something in there, but I don't trust the Feywild. Alright, I'll look around one more area. Let me see. Where do I want to investigate? Yeah, I guess over here will do. that don't need to be on the tree. Or that tree. There we go. Perception again.
All right. So in this small little withered forest of sorts.
Why did you want me to go first? Get a second dice if you're not going to give me good rolls. That's still a 9.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems as though that at least where you're looking, time has been very much against you. You can't seem to find any clear sign of anything. Though this is the Feywild, so surely there must be something. But there's just nothing that's coming up for you. It's just death.
He's just kind of looking down. So much wasted life here. Just death non-stop. Home. I'm so sorry.
Your natural perception, however, you can tell that this place, this map doesn't do it justice. It's several times bigger, truly. It was once a very big, long swath of land. It's very picturesque, something that you'd see in a painting of somebody drawing out a landscape. It's just what it used to be, at least. Just imagine what all these trees would look like if they were full of the leaves and branches and life that they once had, what it could have been. You're able to at least know that much.
Yeah, he has his eyes closed and it's thinking. Must have been a beautiful place to live. Full of laughter, happiness. Worlds are cruel no matter the planes. Happiness is taken from people. That's why people fight. Protect those that are precious, I guess. Why am I even talking to myself? I want to look at one more area, then I'll probably end it.
That was... I said 3 more. That was 1, 2. Yep, you got 1 more.
Let's see. I'll look around this general area in the trees and whatnot, see if there's anything in...
That's fine. That's fine. Another bad roll.
It landed on a 17, and it said nope.
What did you get?
I got a 4.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, it seems no matter where you go, no matter how hard you're looking, your eyes just can't pick up on any of the finer details. It's just too much of the same just bombarding you.
I was hoping for something to show her. Damn it. I'll just come back to the group. Looking down at the ground as he is approaching Anaran and Caleb. Nothing. Nothing but death.
And with that, Kaylee will come to you.
Alright. I think it was over here. Saw an entrance. Here. So basically looking in this cave.
All right. So, go on ahead and roll perception.
25.
With a 25, you find that this place was used to store some sort of trinkets. You find some shiny things in the back. They look like it almost looks like gold to you, but on further investigation, you find that it's not gold, but like gold-colored acorns and leaves, shiny-looking rocks, like almost like a childlike collection of trinkets and doodads. You do see that, however, they too are starting to lose their luster. The area inside here doesn't look like it's been used for some time. You do, however, see that there is something a little bit further back. It's a small looking thing, looks very familiar, though not in the best possible ways, as it's just a very, very, very tiny looking skeleton of a creature that's hiding amongst those trinkets.
I'm guessing it's a squirrel.
As far as the actual design of the skeleton, it is not a squirrel, actually. It's more humanoid, possibly a fairy.
Ah, okay. I'm actually going to pick it up.
All right.
And carefully put it in my bag.
Okay. Go on ahead and roll investigation if you could.
23.
Okay. With the 23, now you know for a fact it is a fairy's body. The arm seems to have been snapped in half. It looks like that it was done in some kind of a struggle.
Okay. But everything else in here is probably not worth it.
Not worth it, at least as far as any kind of value that you already know of. It's just a matter of if you want to take those trinkets with you or not. Anything else is just... Okay.
The others.
Okay. And with that, you've scooped them up, and other than that, there's nothing more in there.
Okay. I don't know if there's any other interest. I really don't see anything.
That's okay. It's...
I guess I could go over to the cave that Perilous went to.
Sure, if you'd like to. Want me to take you there? Nope, you already found it. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So with your passive, you know that there is a deep hole as well as another way out. But that's all you see right now. But if you go up to the hole, go on ahead and roll for investigation.
Okay, 16.
16?
17.
17. Okay. You do see something, but it's a little bit dark. Perhaps if you had a light source that could lower it down in there, you might be able to see a little bit more.
I hold out the lantern.
Okay. With the lantern held out and dipped down a little bit, it does light up that area a bit more. And you do see what appears to be the remains of further creatures, though these two are holding each other.
Are they animals or are they fae?
They appear to be animal, though the way that they're holding each other seems to give a hint that they were far more sentient and human-like than just any ordinary animal. It looked like that they were holding each other in fear.
She's gonna climb down carefully and go gather them both.
Okay.
And then basically just teleport back up.
All right. Just like before, what is your passive investigation?
Passive?
Yeah, do you have one?
16.
16? That's enough. You can tell that these creatures seem to be of a more rabbit variety. Though not so much like a Harengon or a rabbit folk, but more like a standard like dwarf rabbit. One of them seems to have a broken leg. The other one seems fine, but that is the one that is wrapping around the smaller one, which the smaller one has its leg broken.
Okay. I think that's pretty much it. I think I'm gonna pass it off.
Okay. Then with that, coming to you, Chase.
All right. He's first gonna climb up this tree, like that, this area here.
Okay.
Not really have heard, didn't hear what Anaran had said about what the Raven Queen said, so he's going to use the Ring of Animal Influence he has to cast Speak with Animals, and just yells out at the top of his voice. If there's anybody still out there, call out! Lady Veranestra Nathria has returned! We can still help!
Your voice calls out and practically echoes across the horizon, but there isn't even the sound of a single leaf falling.
There's nothing in this nest.
That nest seems to have remains of eggs inside, broken open, though not cast out, as if they were not actually hatched, but forcibly broken open.
Okay. And I'm gonna take. Let's see where was it? I said I wanted to go. Over there. Okay. Check over in this area. And converting his all-purpose tool instead of a woodworking tools, he wants to use his knowledge of nature to try and comb the area to see if he can find any form of anything that might be used as a hideaway or whatnot.
Okay.
So 25 plus bonus, so 33.
With a 33, you can find all sorts of small little burrows, little nests in the trees, under rocks, within logs. You find that there's like a plethora of little homes and burrows around here. This place was once just filled with life, animals, fairies, and every single one that you find in this area is empty. Maybe there might be some residuals left behind of somebody once there, a bed of leaves, even unfortunately some bones, but there isn't anyone alive.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. I'm just going to come back to the group then.
Okay. Then we'll finish up with Evelyn.
Okay. I guess my turn will be mostly used around like just kind of wandering around and seeing if if I can find an origin point of where all this started.
Oh, by all means, yeah. Go on ahead and just roll for perception.
That'd be a 19.
19's pretty good for that. Is there any way you could push it to a 20?
Let me check. I'm senior with all my stuff. No, I cannot.
So you can't push it. Okay. So that's still really, really close. So I'm not going to give you nothing here. You don't exactly find a point of origin. It seems like anywhere you look looks equally as affected as everywhere else. But there is something that you're spotting that is spread out all over the place, and little bits and pieces here and there, mostly in the now dried up spots of the swamp. You do find some web-footed footprints. You find a spot here, a spot there. There doesn't seem to be any kind of a marching order. It just seems that you look here and there and you find a set of footprints here, a set of footprints there. Just can't tell where they were coming from, where they were going, any kind of point of origin or any kind of goal. They're just everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Alright. I'll make my way back to the group and then end my turn.
Okay.
Then
All right. So we're back up at the top. Do you all want to converge together as a group now? Or did you want to keep split up?
Let's all get the
we-
group together.
Yeah, I think it's time we gather up.
So as you all are gathering up, a bell you will see as Neathri comes to you, and she realizes that who you have is a little squirrel friend of hers, as she just scoops him up. Oh, Robin, you held out. And she uses a little bit of her own magic to try and revitalize him a little bit, although she looks a little frustrated. Why isn't it working? This normally works. Why isn't it working? So she just
27 Arcana. Anything magically wrong with it?
There's nothing magically wrong with it. It's just that this area is completely how this area is completely dead, and she being a dryad, a lot of her power comes from life. So because this is a very dead place, she doesn't have much power here. So what she thinks is a powerful spell is in fact nothing more than maybe a cantrip level, if that.
Give me 10 minutes, and you'll be able to help him.
So she just kind of holds him close and looks to you, just nods her head. She seems to be putting her trust in you. She actually decides to take him and walk back to the rest of the group, allowing you the 10 minutes that you need to do whatever it is that you got to do.
I'm going to walk to the edge. I'm going to walk to just outside of this here swamp.
You will find that things are slightly more teeming with life here, but only just so. There isn't any other life than just the plants that are still somewhat green, but there isn't any wildlife around.
should, if I'm reading, might be able to. Alright, it's going to require a combination of things, but this will last long. But I'll set this up first. Alright, I'm going to start casting Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum.
All right.
So that has a cast time of 10 minutes. That's why I needed the time. But I'm basically just gonna start warding the shit out of this area, so any of that corruption and what life remains in this part shouldn't be able to get in, and what is getting fucked up here, we might be able to do something about after the fact. But
I
that is
gotcha.
basically going to take my time while they're doing whatever else.
Okay. So then we'll come back to the rest of you as Bell has gone off, and you all know where he is because you can hear every single footstep he took.
Alright. Let me take a look at him.
So she just hands over the little squirrel to you.
You'll take out just like a little like sake cup, and he'll take from his personal supply of water and just pour it. Drink.
Your personal supply seems to be completely untainted by this area, so it appears to be clear, nutritious water for him to drink. Though he does so weakly, he still drinks.
How many days since it's been since you've last eaten?
I've lost count. 5, 6, 7.
Alright. You are on the borderline of dying from malnutrition. He will pull out just some nuts. When you're done drinking, eat, but eat slowly. This will take time for you to recover.
He just nods his head and just follows your lead on this. As Neothri just stares on, her eyes are just wide, almost unblinking, holding back a lot of sadness and tears, but still trying to stay strong.
Neothre, I believe it would be wise for you to return to the Sealy Court.
I think you might be right. There's not anything here anymore.
He will hand the little squirrel and the nuts and drink over, or he just leans down and puts a hand on the ground. Let's see. Sora, can you detect anything from this place?
There's nothing. There's... If emptiness could be personified, that would be this place.
He just sits up. This is strange. Even bogs support various forms of wildlife. And yet this one supports no life at all.
Well, I was looking around earlier and I found traces of webbed feet.
Webbed feet?
I thought so.
Do you have an idea?
Same as before. Bullywugs. Baltoth, Blorbuck. While I was gone, they took over this place.
But does he encourage this level of destruction?
That's a good point, actually. I understand that swamps are still a place of life, but this is devoid of such. I'm starting to think that perhaps your idea before he and the Drowned King are possibly working together.
What could he possibly have to benefit from a bog that has no life?
Doesn't. Somebody else does.
He's not aware that he's being tricked or just doesn't care.
Probably the latter.
Either way, we should return to the carnival as soon as possible.
That's,
Before we do,
mhm.
What is it?
I found these ones. And she gently places the fairy and the 2 rabbits that she found. As well as these. And she puts down the trinkets.
So, up until now, you've seen Neathri essentially put on a very kind of a strong persona. Even when coming here, she tried to do her best to essentially stay strong, hold back, have hope. When you lay out those trinkets, the skeletons, that's when she breaks down.
So, Kagato, you said one of these almost looks like its leg got snapped in half?
That's
Like
right.
her arm?
One looks like its arm was
Yeah.
snapped. One that looks like its leg was snapped.
Alright, I'm gonna do a quick medicine check to see if I can identify what caused that specifically.
All right.
Guidance. 24 on the arm and leg to determine what snapped them in half.
Okay. Kaylee, can you give him some assistance to push that to a 25? Or give him an advantage to roll higher?
I guess so. You can use advantage. I unfortunately can't use Psy Whispers on, not Psy Whispers, Psy Bolsternack on you.
Okay,
I can only use it on myself, unfortunately.
it's still a 24.
Reaction
Still.
flash of genius.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
The reason I asked for that is because before, with a 24, you would have seen that these creatures had their appendages snagged essentially on something. But now, with above that, with the 25, you can tell that these are not just from being snagged by something. This is actually a combat wound, a defensive wound, as if something had grabbed them and they had their arm or leg broken as a result. If you look a little bit more closely, you'll find that there's some discoloration in the bone, almost as if there was some kind of a poison at play that had weakened them.
Interesting. The bone marrow represents degradation, not typical degradation on time, degradation based on poison. The other thing would be that they have been held so tightly that the actual limb was just shattered in half.
One of the rabbits was hugging really close to the other one.
Either way, you found them, Kaylee. Feel free to bury them.
Well, I was going to ask
Good.
what you wanted to do.
No, this isn't their home anymore. If you don't mind, could you wait until we find a place that's actually worth burying?
I can do that. Are you okay with me holding on to them? Or
Yes.
do you want to hold on to them?
You were kind enough to look. You found them. I trust you.
So she goes and gently scoops up all three of them and puts them back in her bag.
This has been quite a shock to you, Lady Neathri. I'm sure you're going to need a short time to recover before we move. Let's go see what Belle was up to.
All right. That's, yeah. So, Belle, you'll find that the group has come to find you. It's at this point that 10 minutes would probably have gone by.
Okay. If you want to do any purification to this area, at least this mostly uncorrupted section for the next 24 hours is now shielded, and it shouldn't spread any further. At least not if this is being done magically.
She
I don't know.
steps beyond the threshold, as it were. Give anybody else a chance to do anything first?
I don't know what's caused it. I don't know how it's been caused. I don't know how it's specifically affecting it. I can't say that it's curable. At least not by my power.
You have, in some cases, to deal with a weed, you have to pull it out by the root. We're gonna have to deal with whatever's. If it's not necessarily the archfey itself, we have to at least deal with what is causing it.
It's just about that time when you hear a rumbling up in the sky. Those clouds that you had seen before are now starting to get a lot thicker. It seems as though a storm is coming.
We should get
We
inside.
need to get into
Find some kind
cover.
of shelter.
This is a shelter. Everyone inside.
It is completely magically secured for 100 feet in a 100-foot cube on every side. Sound can't pass through the barrier. Sound from inside can't go out. We can hear what's going on beyond it. It appears dark and foggy, preventing vision, including dark vision through it to anyone outside. Sensors created by divination straight up can't appear inside of it, can't pass through it, aren't even aware it exists.
So basically, it's perfect for spying on things too.
It's perfect for not being spied on because, like, divination while we're in here, divination spells straight up fail if they're used on anyone inside, and planar travel's blocked. Nobody gets in or out without my say-so. Well, gets in without my say-so. Anybody can just walk out.
True.
So we have somewhere safe.
And as such, as soon as the lot of you go inside, the few droplets of rain begin to fall. And you all are able to see out of this, aren't you?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So as those raindrops fall, the few that land on the dirt, the few that land in other pools of water, seem like any ordinary rain. But you will find that as the rain continues to fall, any remaining color that you can see in some of the more dim gray, slightly colored leaves begin to lose even further color. Anything that looked like it was even remotely teeming with even the little smallest bit of life looks like it's beginning to fade off as well. This rain is literally bringing death.
Anaran's gonna stand at the border. Sorrow, I've noticed a few times whenever you're near water, it tends to act weird. What can you tell me about this?
This is certainly the work of something quite powerful. This is not normal to the Feywild. Rain typically brings life, doesn't take it away. It's very much the complete opposite of what you would find from any kind of life-giving substance. If there is an Archfey at work here, then it must be very powerful.
Would you say this is more akin to certain weather effects that may occur in the Shadowfell?
I would say this is actually quite close. Quite closely tied indeed.
Get a sample of the water.
I was waiting for Naraka to finish before I was going to say that. I was going to have Chase put a flask out to collect some of the water.
Yeah, so Anaran is just going to turn. This water is heavily imbued with the essence of death itself. The weather would be similar to that of death storms in the Shadowfell. Though why it's here, I don't know.
You know, at least one person here that has a connection to a member of the Shadowfell. But that would not explain the drowned king. Just another small fact to add to the board. We'll see the full picture soon.
I wonder about something. Like while you're collecting the flask, just gonna go out. Is there a particularly... Now I'll wait for the rain to actually stop. I'll need a body of it to do what I want to do, actually.
All right.
I need a dense enough body to do what I want to do, so I'll have to wait for it to stop.
With the sun having gone down, the rain does not let up the entire night. It's only as soon as the sun begins to try to peek through the clouds that the rain finally lets off. So you find that your protection does work. The rain does not get in, therefore you as an entire group are perfectly fine and are capable of recovering in a long rest. Neathri was able to, with the help of all of you, tend to Robin, who is now looking very much alive again and has taken place onto her shoulder now. She is... Go ahead.
Do anything? Sorry, was she able to do anything about the land, the part of the land that isn't being affected by the rain?
No, she tried, but it seems as though that the water has gone so deep that it's just stagnant right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna take part of my long night to refine the huntsman's orchid that we found.
Okay.
Descending work across plains?
Yes.
Turns out,
but-
yes.
Okay.
There's a 5% chance of failing, though.
Anaran?
Mm-hmm.
Could you ping a message to Alia and see if Shantae would know see if Shantae would have taught her anything about this?
Well,
Like if
right.
Shantae's teachings would have anything for combating something like this.
That doesn't hurt to
Just to-
try, I suppose.
Before we take the rest, I mean, may as well. It seems worth a shot.
Anaran will cast Sending to Alia. This might sound a little weird, but did Shantae ever teach you about how to counteract deathly corruption that kills everything on the soil?
So go on ahead and give me that D100, just in case you roll a 5 or under.
Just in case I roll a 5 or under. I've done it before, so let's see. If I do it the way I don't want it. Oh no, we're good.
Okay.
67.
So you just hear back, wow, you all just left like seconds ago. It's already something's going on? Anyway, Shantae did mention something like this. Though if it's with the Fae, then likely if it's a natural phenomenon, then it's going to be tricky. But if it's born from a Fae, then it dies with the Fae.
Kill the source, and the corruption will end. Is basically
Nothing
what
else?
she said. It's basically
If nothing
what
else,
she
that's
said.
confirmation.
But
Or a second opinion, I guess.
that does. Lady Neathre.
She turns and looks in your direction.
I know you typically wander the spring and the warmer sides, but have you met the Prince of Frost at any point in his life, whether he was the Prince of Frost or the Sun Prince?
I did know him when he was the Sun Prince, and I know what has become of him.
But, and this is why I ask, if he found out that the land was being killed so that no one would have anything, do you believe he would arm forces to move against it?
If this were the Sun Prince, I can assure you there would be no doubt. If there's any droplet of that still inside of him, then he would likely mobilize. He cares about his domain, and he only keeps to his domain. He doesn't try to trifle with other domains because perhaps the respect that he has for his parents. So, long story short, I would say that something like this he would not like. This is very much getting in the way of the natural order of things.
Well, if this is what this is doing to a place of warm life, even winter provides opportunity for creatures to live. Mostly carnivorous predators. But I wonder what this would have an effect on his territory. No, it most certainly would. Carnivores wouldn't have the strength to hunt. Thank you. This is ammunition for me to use to try and get him on our side when we inevitably meet.
Is that your plan? Well, I wish you the best of luck with that. He is, stubborn.
Well, a man who's been hurt, as long as he's a good man, will not blame those who have nothing to do with it.
He was a good man once, but I still believe that there is still some good in him somewhere.
Somewhere. I just need the right method to make it appear. Either way, we should get a move on. The faster we return to Bob and Tiberius, the faster we're able to get that little one to safety. The faster we can move on to our next objective.
I'm sorry I took you all on this excursion. Though I didn't expect this, it is going to take a little bit more of your time to get back, isn't it? Let me see if I can find a shortcut here. Oh, right.
You've not. You didn't know. This was bound to happen. And we have learned some information, so we can head back the way we came.
All right. Come what may, though, I'll do whatever I can to help you.
Very well.
She actually steps out first. I couldn't imagine it looking worse than it was before, and yet here we are. This isn't home anymore.
But it can be home again.
We'll make it right.
Yeah, you're right. It can be again. Can be again. Belle, you were wanting to do something once the rain let up. Belle?
If Bella's even there.
Uh-oh.
Ow! Bow?
He is muted, so
Oh.
he might have stepped away.
Then when he comes back, we're just going to have to go back in our minds and theater the mind it.
Mm-hmm.
So I will go on ahead and take us to Tiberius and Bob's. Okay. So. Oh, Belle, perfect timing. So, what was it that you're going to do in the water?
If I found a dense enough puddle, I was going to store a couple gallons of it in the portable hole.
Oh, you definitely would find a good amount, like right in front of the tree that Neathri was pulling apart, was a huge puddle that you can almost swim in.
Yeah, I'm taking all of that. I'm storing all of that in the hole.
All right, you made yourself a water balloon of death water.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting way to describe it.
I will say that as you're gathering it up, any water droplets that do happen to hit your skin don't seem to be doing anything to you. You don't feel any burning sensation. You don't feel any decaying sensation. It doesn't seem to be doing that to you.
I didn't figure it would. Okay.
So, now that he has gathered up that enormous amount of water, you do make it back very swiftly as Neathri tries to use her powers once she's out of the region that was once hers back into the normal areas of the spring region, using her roots to try to find any ways back that might work as a shortcut of sorts. They were a little bit more perilous, a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more, you would have to use a little bit more athletics rather than going down a long, simple road, but any kind of plant life that was dangerous, she continued to keep you safe, and any kind of animal life seemed to want to back off as well. For the most part, it was actually a quick and easy way back over the next few days. And that's when you arrive back at Tiberius and Bob's, or what seems to be Tiberius and Bob's. It looks just like it, but you don't see anyone. You don't see a soul running around. It's not deathly quiet. There's no signs of rain. But I'm going to have Kaylee, you roll for sound, and I'm going to have Anaran roll for sight.
Alright, I'll do guidance. Because the dice seem to want to fuck me today.
27.
27. Okay. And with Anaran's roll?
And 23.
23. Both are fine.
20.
With a 23, you do find that, yes, there isn't a soul around here, but there are signs that people were. There are several footprints that appear to be in the vein of running. You do also see some footprints that are very large looking, very similar to the kitsune that you have actually dealt with before. Kaylee, you hear the sound of voices far off in the distance, seemingly coming from the tent. You don't hear anybody that's close by, but a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, you do hear some, I hate to use the word sniveling, but that's almost what it's like, fear, mumbling, as if people are in hiding.
In here?
There are some in there. There are some to your left. There's some to your right.
What is going on?
Let's stay together. Let's head towards the tent. Bob and Tiberius would know what's going on.
Well, I already see one. So what's this one's deal, Kagato?
I
like
have no idea where you're targeting. Oh, over there?
Yeah,
Oh, he shouldn't exist.
shouldn't exist.
No, he should be hiding. He should be hiding.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there are several cloaked figures that are around. They should all have been highlighted and hidden like everybody else. So you come inside the big top tent, and you do find that there are some people here, a couple of workers that you've seen, and some other people you've never seen, looking like they might be patrons. They are huddled up. If they look like that, they're together. Otherwise, they are still fairly close. There is no sign of Bob or Tiberius here. Really, anybody that you know.
I'm gonna cast Sending.
All right.
Bob. Bob, what's happened? We're at the carnival again. Was there another Kitsune attack?
Oh my, you've made it back in time. Yes, there was another one. We've driven them away, and we have so many people evacuated or hiding as we assess the situation. You might want to come here. We are actually outside of the Sugar Plums. Razzle and Dazzle are attending to one of those that have attacked.
So, when that happens, he just turns. The attack did happen. People are hiding. I have been called away. I'll be at the Lotus tent. And he will use his cloak to teleport.
All right. So the rest are following suit. Anybody who wants to follow suit, but Anaran will, of course, arrive first. Okay, so Anaran, what you'll notice right now is that there is Tiberius and Bob right behind you as they are discussing what literally just happened. You will take a look at the tent, and you'll find that Julie and Noxie are both fine. So is Styx and Silk and Gem, though there is no Lotus to speak of.
Bob, where's Lotus?
Oh, he is recovering. He took a bit of a beating. He's all right, but he took a shot when one tried to go after Julie.
Where's the one being tended to?
That will actually be over at the stage. It's a little bit smaller than what we're used to seeing.
I don't give a shit.
Ah, you're back. I'd say welcome back, but, well, as you can see, they found us again.
Them finding us was never gonna not happen. It was a matter of how many they sent. How many did they send?
At least I counted about 12 this time. That's just in this area. I have no idea how many attacked the other places.
Where's Koji?
I do believe I saw Koji actually over in the fighting ring. I think he said he was letting out some stress.
Very well. If anyone else wants to go deal with them, I'll deal with this one.
So we'll go on ahead and go back in the initiative. So Belle, you will be first.
Okay. Where are you? Okay. Where is the fucking fighting?
Oh, the
thing?
arena where Koji is? It's a small little ring that's right over there.
Ah,
It's
okay.
nearby the
I see it.
Yeah. So you'll arrive and you'll see that Koji is looking really, really frustrated. There is a golem. It looks like to be just a construct that is completely made of rock and moss. And he is just pummeling this thing. While it's fighting back, he is showing some considerable strength and skill. But for the first time since you've known him, there's some emotion there that isn't just a calm.
How long's he been like this?
Oh, to the cat?
Yeah.
The cat seems to know common just fine. Just trots up. Oh, ever since the attack ended, he seemed to be really angry, and then he just came here and started beating on the golem.
All right. I don't suppose you saw specifically what happened.
Well, I didn't see how it started. I just know that they came from everywhere. North, south, east, west. A few here, a few there. Mostly three tails, but there were a few 4, 5, and 6s. Tiberius and Bob dealt with stronger ones that I could see, and Sugar Plums were trying to protect the kids. And Koji was bouncing around trying to do what he could.
All right. Thank you. Alright.
You just catch him mid-swing. He just turns to you.
His fig might be invisible.
Koji's?
I don't see it. Yeah.
All right,
don't see it.
let me hide him.
Yeah, I
And...
see it fine.
Okay.
Okay, it might just be a me thing. Hold up.
Yeah, I see him just fine.
He's got the same fig as always has. So he doesn't look any different than what you remember him as.
You want to talk about what happened?
What's there to talk about? My people came and attacked. Innocents were harmed. Not much I was able to do.
And you're gonna take it. Okay, so you don't want to. Okay, so you don't want to talk about it.
Are you looking for any specific details?
Well, I hear from. I heard from a cat that you actually acquitted yourself quite nicely.
Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. It is right. I was doing the best I could. The problem is that's still not good enough.
Does it have to be by yourself?
It doesn't have to be by myself. That would be a foolish way of thinking. What I'm concerned with is getting good enough to where, no matter where I go, I can lend enough assistance to where there is no casualty. There is no death. There is no sorrow. There is none of that. And I wasn't fast enough to get everywhere. I wasn't fast enough to get anywhere. Wasn't strong enough to deal with my adversaries quickly enough. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that I was pulling my punches.
Okay. Just gonna tap the I'm just gonna tap the monolith with my sheath. Why don't you step out for a moment?
Okay.
I'm just gonna think about it for a moment. Screw it, it's just an exercise. Unclip my sword, put it down. Well, why don't you beat on something else for a minute? Good practice, if nothing else.
He's already swinging his fist at you.
Make his attack roll, I guess.
Yep. An unarmed strike from Koji. Let's see. I rolled a natural 1. So, yeah, you just see that he is already going to swing at you, but he is absolutely not putting anything into it. It's a very limp punch.
I just catch it. I look at him. Look at his hand. Look at him again. That was discourteous. I wasn't even ready.
I assume that you were as soon as you stepped into the ring.
Fair enough. The thought had crossed my mind. Tensor's transformation. And since he hit me so limply, what's he do next?
He has multiple attacks, so he would essentially try and swing again.
Okay, like Tensor's transformation and song, like as I said. So,
I'm gonna put it to you this way: I rolled every single attack that he has, and not a single one of them rolled above a 10. He cannot hit you. He cannot get close.
No, actually, for the mood he's in, this makes perfect sense to me. I'm amazed the dice are going along with this.
No kidding, yeah. The dice are just like, no, he is not going to be able to hit him at all. So, yeah.
Like, he's too pissed off at himself to focus properly.
Yeah, just the look in his eyes are as stoic as it's always been, but you can feel when you caught his fist that there is just some hesitation and trembling there.
Okay. First, I'll test it. At 10, I'll test it. Assume that doesn't hit. I'm just gonna quick swipe. Work it out. And as I go for the for that swipe, or wait, is it just? Damn it!
What?
Yeah, that doesn't affect that. I have. Oops! Right. I'm supposed to have proficiency in that, so I wasn't applying proficiency to that. For the first one, not that it changes anything. Extra attack, I'm gonna unarmed strike him again. This time so 20.
A 20 will hit him.
20 will hit him. Okay, that is just the 1 point. Well, yeah, just the 1 point of.
Just 1 point of bludgeoning?
Well, no, there's more. I'm just having to scroll through because I have a large spell list. Yeah, just the 1 point of bludgeoning, but
I think it's 2d12.
Yeah, and 20 points of force.
Okay.
I first a swipe, and then I just straight up gut punch him full force. I just get really close. I just get real close, get right up to his ear. If you play it this half-heartedly, you will continue to fail saving people.
So for the first time, you see a complete change in the way his face looks. It's not stoic anymore. There is an actual sharpness in his eyes and a twitch in his lips that seems as though you struck a nerve. And yet I still can't roll above a 10. With a 5 as my roll, he continues to swing at you. Missing. A 4, okay. And, a 13. Okay, he might actually hit you here. 21.
21 will hit.
So he swings once and misses, swings again and misses, and then he finally swings again and hits you. But how much damage does he do? Well, if he hits you, that's fine, but it's not going to be very damaging considering I rolled almost minimum. He hits you for only 7 bludgeoning.
And Song of Defense will reduce it by 5, so
you basically take almost nothing.
2 points.
You kind of do that thing where he finally clocks you in the face, and then you just kind of push against his fist to look right at him.
And I'm staring, and I am borrowing into his eye, like into his fucking eyes. Let it all out. And I'm gonna swing at him again.
All right.
Natural 20.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
So that is 2 points of that's 2 points of bludgeoning and 25 points of force on the first swing.
Still 1 point of bludgeoning. You don't actually roll dice on that.
Oh, well, yeah, 1. Okay, then 1 and 25.
So with the 20 and the 25.
Matter.
So, yeah, with that crit, he just kind of gets sent back careening into the corner over here. He's sitting down after he got clobbered into it. He's bleeding from the nose from where you hit him. He actually just goes and touches it and looks at it.
And while he's distracted, I run up and extra attack. 22 to hit.
Yep, that hits him.
1 more point of bludgeoning and 6 points of force this time. So I fucking vibe check him again. I'm just like, this time I grab his shoulders. I'm like, none of it, what happened was not your fault, but it will be if you continue like this. Now hit me.
So he's going to try, as he just yells at you, "These are my people, you don't know anything about it!" And he rolls a 4. He cannot hit you. He cannot hit you. So he's going to roll again.
He's so full of anger and self-doubt, and I am going full tilt.
So he misses twice and hints what's more, this time with the 23. So 2 misses and a hit. Okay. That's going to be... Well, okay. Let's... All right, there appears to be a little bit more heft behind this as he hits for 10 bludgeoning.
10 bludgeoning. Well, he says won't know anything about it. Song of Defense, level 2 this time. I'll reduce it by 10.
God.
So as he throws his first serious swing, I catch it. Don't know. I don't understand. I'm a Yonti, you arrogant little fuck. My entire race was evil long before it was was evil long before yours was enslaved. My race was enslaved long before yours, my friend. I'm the only one who understands. 19 to hit him.
19 to hit him. That will hit.
Okay. 1 bludgeoning.
This might knock him out.
And 13 force.
That's going to knock him out.
Obviously this will be non-lethal.
Of course, I figured as much.
But I'm gonna sucker punch him again and then flip him over my shoulder and pin his ass.
Oh, going full on wrestling.
And I turn to the monolith. 10 count.
1, 2, 1, 2.
I turn to the cat. 10 count.
I think we're at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.5. 9 3/4. $10. Yep, he's out.
I'm gonna get up. And then I'm going to use a potion on him.
All right. So with that potion, he comes to pretty much right away. Just coughing up blood onto this platform.
You don't know about my people, do ya?
I've never heard of the Yuan Tea beyond a couple of small things here or there. Yuan Tea aren't exactly common around here.
Yeah, they're really not, which is why I'm scratching my head at some memory, some glimpses that I got during the rare instance where the other guy was out at the same, where I was out at the same time as the other guy. I was actually able to connect with his thoughts for a moment. And we're stuck on the same one. So why the hell we're not particularly common, so I'm scratching my head trying to figure out why Veranestra has recently been in contact with one of my kind, but that is not important. For a brief rundown, your people are being manipulated by dark forces here. My entire race are the playthings of 3 dark gods, and it's been that way for millennia. I get why you are upset. But you have been put in the unnatural position where you are able to resist that pull. You can do something about it, but not if you will blame yourself for everything that goes wrong, for the weight of your people's sins at all times. Something that half of me needs to learn, but I don't have that problem.
I don't know how it is for you and your people, but here the word is binding, like a contract. And I gave my word long ago that I would help protect our people, especially when the Inu clan was baring its teeth. And I feel like I am constantly failing that.
Then our oaths and mindsets are the same, but how we deal with it is not. I too am under oath to protect my people, even if I must protect them from themselves.
You two have to deal with facing against your own, twisted beyond belief. Men, women. He just points over towards where the stage is. Children.
You should meet my sister sometime. She doesn't have legs. Just a bit, her entire lower half is just snake. So, yeah. Yeah, twisted beyond belief. She sure as shit wasn't born that way.
Very well. I will then meet with this sister of yours. See if that perhaps I can gain a bit more of an understanding. Is she here?
But she did not come with us to this place as an empath who is not in full control of her abilities as of yet. Coming to the realm of emotion didn't seem like the smartest call.
Ah. Makes sense. I think at this point,
Evelyn, are you going to keep watching?
What?
Evelyn's been in the corner this whole time.
What?
Like, I
What? Then what we're going to do is we're going to come back to this because we have spent double time on this. So we'll come back with
Yeah,
Evelyn.
sorry, I kind of had to make a point to him.
No, it worked. It worked. We gotta make sure that we went double time, but that's on me. But I liked how this was going. So
Adaran didn't choose his words carefully. He said someone else go deal with it.
well,
Okay, I'll go
I
deal
chose
with it.
my words quite well.
so now while that's happening, we are now back at the stage. Adaran, you will find that there is indeed a tri-tailed fox, just like you have fought before, though smaller than what you fought before.
Is it like unconscious?
It appears to be completely KO'd, unconscious, still breathing. Seems Razzle and Dazzle have done their best to at least try to preserve this one.
He will gently just put his hand on his head. I wonder who you really are. Let's find out. Reaches in, pulls out 100 gold's worth, diamond dust, sprinkles it across the form. Greater restoration.
Greater restoration. So, once more, just like you saw before, that magical collar seems to appear, and each chain link breaks off into a burst until there is no longer a chain, nor is there a collar. Let me get the figure really quick. There it is. Assuming that, don't tell me it's going to pull the same thing that happened with sticks. Nope, okay, we're good. Appearing before you appears to be possibly an 11-year-old child.
Male?
Male.
He'll gently scoop him up. Cure wounds.
Okay. With the cure wounds cast upon him, he wakes up. Eyes just shoot up, and first thing he does is just try to leap to his feet, though how hard are you holding him?
Not hard. It's like cradling.
Cradling? Okay. Then his first reaction is try to kick out of that and try to essentially regain himself. So we're going to treat this kind of like a grapple unless you're purposely letting him go.
Sure. With my -1 strength, I am letting him go.
But at the same time, he is a child.
Sure, let's leave it to the dice of how embarrassing this could be.
Let's see now.
I have a 7.
You have a chance. No, you hold on to him.
Oh.
I rolled a 5.
In Sylvan, he'll speak. Alright. We're not with the Inu anymore.
He's just growling. His tail is just sticking straight up, almost like a... I don't know if foxes do this the same way as cats do, so I'm just going to say that he does this. It's like all the hairs are standing on end. He looks like he's about to rip into something, but he's not looking at you. He's looking all around him. He's not seemingly looking to attack you, looking to see if there's something else. But as soon as he finishes looking around, baring his teeth, he starts to calm, show some confusion. Where am I?
Use a hand. He'll pull down the hood and face mask, showing the wood elf.
You're not one of them.
No. You may call me Anaran Estelle. I am the one who reversed the curse that they put on you. Returned you to this form.
And with that, he is still 11. He breaks down pretty much right away, just buries his face against you and just starts soaking it with tears.
He'll use the hand that he pulled down the hood and he'll just gently hold his head. There. You poor unfortunate thing. Go on and let it out. And he'll take it.
Sorrow?
Yeah.
All right. You're going to be feeling this in the morning, I assure you. And with that, he begins to drain the sorrow from the child. Though it is still a child, it is still a fae. So the effects are not immediate.
Anaran's response to Sorrow's claim of I'll feel is like it's pain. Whether it's loopy pain or... Well, I already felt what it was like to get raped, so frankly I don't care.
Your call. And I already know what the answer is.
Come. Let your tears shed.
And with that, Sorrow begins to take the sorrow, prompting him to gradually start to calm down. You yourself, however, do feel some slight effects. It is just from one child, though, so it's not too terribly strong. It's just almost as if you're feeling a little flushed from having a single beer. That's about it.
This is what it's like to feel tipsy. He will gently just like sway him back and forth. Tell me, what might I call you?
Where did I put the name? Rykard.
Motherfucker. Thank you, Elden Ring.
What?
Rykard.
Yeah, Rykard.
Yeah, lovely. I hope it doesn't fucking get eaten by a snake and turn into a giant monster of abomination. Anyway. Rykard. Tell me, When was the last time you remember seeing your family? Parents? Siblings?
I don't know. I don't know how long it's been. I remember us being together at a banquet. Something about the meeting of our two tribes. And that was it. Next thing I remember is this.
I see. Very well. Know this, you are surrounded by friends and allies who will protect you. We will do our best to find your family and get them back to you.
Okay.
Till then, these two behind me are called Razzle and Dazzle. They're very good with kids your age, and there's a bunch of other children that have been rescued. Not Kitsune children, but other children. Why don't you go get acquainted?
All right. Sorry if I caused any trouble.
You'll just gently pat him on the head. Trouble might have been caused, but not by you willingly. Bad people cause trouble, and you are not a bad person.
We Kitsune do like to play pranks and cause a little bit of trouble, but not like this.
No,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. Tell me, in that state, are you able to identify others who are like you?
No. The only thing that's on my mind is just attack what we're directed to attack. That's it.
Very well. Razzle, Dazzle.
On
Turn
it!
this one to the other kids.
Hey.
Taken good care of now. These two are crazy and a little kooky, but you might have a fun time with pranks with them.
Crazy and kooky. We tried those names once before, but didn't really work out too much. Clowns?
Clown.
You're at a circus. A carnival, really. Huh, never been to one before. Well, kid, you're about to see all that there is, although it's a bit quiet now. You know what? That means you get the VIP pass. You get to see everything before everybody else. Are there snacks? Oh, there's snacks. The snack bar is open, right? We'll make it open.
Here, Anaron just walks up, reaches into a pouch, pulls out a nice, crispy, material plain apple.
Ooh. While it is not a Feywild apple, it is still a pristine, delicious apple that he bites into once, and then very ravenously just starts going at that apple as if he hasn't eaten in a long time. We'll take it from here. Thanks for everything.
He'll whisper in Dazzle's ear. I want you to find how many more of them that could potentially have been saved. I don't care.
Got it. All right, snack bar it is. Let's go. We got plenty more apples, all kinds of good apples. Lots of apples. That's a bush. Apples don't grow in bushes. At least not here, they don't.
Jace, are they gone?
Yeah.
Oh dear. I hope that wasn't on. Okay. Okay.
Last 3 minutes.
That was for the last 3 minutes. Oh, damn it. Okay. I am sorry, folks. That was my fault. I'm going to need to put OBS in a different area because what happens is I do this on 2 screens and my mouse ends up going over to the other screen and clicking on something as I am right-clicking in order to move the camera. So likely what had happened is I accidentally clicked. So for the last 3 minutes, essentially what had happened is Anaran had sent off the child with Razzle and Dazzle. They are now being taken care of. He has also instructed Tiberius and Bob to make sure that any other attacks, all the Kitsune are suppressed, captured instead of killed, unless there's no other choice. Other than that, just smaller details such as a lot of kids being kept safely in Tiberius's cart, and Neathre is currently inside this tent. So, much apologies that happened. I will start being a little bit more due diligent on checking the stream every few seconds to make sure nothing has happened if I'm clicking on stuff. So, that now said, let's go on ahead and jump to Carolus.
Boy, both of you just really put the pressure on me to have a good turn after both of you.
You don't. Here's the thing: you don't have to try and follow up strongly. Just do what comes natural to your character. Right now, you're inside of the Sugar Plum's tent. You know that Silk is there, Gem is there, the kids are there, Styx is there. They're all fine. You've heard that Lotus is recovering. He has taken a hit trying to protect the kids. Neathri is also there, and she is looking depressed. Bob and Tiberius are both currently outside, directly outside the tent. What would Carolus do in this situation?
And Anaran has just entered, looks pissed, and has ordered an extra glass of lavender with extra lavender.
Extra glass of lavender with extra lavender. She just puts a plate down and there's just lavender. The plate is lavender. There's lavender on the plate. There's a lavender tea that's spiked with more lavender. It's all colored lavender. It's even called lavender. Enjoy your lavender, sir. But this is Carolus's turn.
You go check up on them. I'm just gonna come and sit by Neathri for a moment.
Carolus, right?
Correct.
I take it this is not the welcoming you were expecting.
No. It's actually, I've gotten used to seeing stuff like this. Honestly, I wanted to check up on you. Ever since we came back from your home.
I'm trying to get over the fact that that place is currently not my home at the moment. Though Anaran has mentioned that there is hope that it could come back. I don't know how long that's going to take, and I'm trying not to think about it. I'm trying to think forward, think what I can do now.
Make it better than it was before, right?
Not just it, but I typically don't take sides, Carolus. I am considered of a neutral party. I am here just for the land. I'm the queen of the fields. I'm here just to allow life to flourish. Whatever life that is, seelie, unseelie, good, bad, whatever it is, I believe that life has purpose. And I am one to try and grant it. And then I see what had overcome my home. That's everything I stand against. Even if it were a swamp even is supposed to have life. Insects, other sorts of animals, the bullywugs. This is beyond anything that I've seen in a long, long time, if ever.
Some ways, me and you are the same. Now, I'm not really a Fae, obviously, but I didn't get a chance to tell you this when we were back there. I figured it would be rude to drop all my trauma onto you as well, but I went through a similar situation that you went through. My home, a home of warriors, of protectors, people who normally don't get involved too much in the political world, but do what they could to protect life. It was mercilessly attacked. I still remember the flames. I don't talk about it often anymore because everybody already knows it, but I led 600 men under control when I was captain there. All 600 of them died. Their families, their homes burned down to the ground. We were dragged into a war that we had no idea about. That pain, it never truly goes away. That's why I went silent when we were there. It reminded me too much of it. But, now look at her. I'm here to make sure you understand that even though you don't view it as home right now, it will be home again. It'll be better and stronger once we take care of the Drowned King and... I can't remember his name, out of character. What's his name again, real fast?
Who are you referring to?
The swamp guy.
Oh, Baltoth. She mentioned two names, Baltoth being the more prominent one, Prince of the Swamps, and she mentioned Blorbach as well.
Blorbach. Okay. Regardless of who was... recap myself for a moment because I threw myself off. Regardless of what Baltoth might have done there, or what the other one who was behind it all. What I'm trying to get at here is that it will be set right. That's one of the reasons why we came here. Setting things right.
Typically, when archfays have their own domains, that's usually enough for them. It's very rare for an archfey to just go and wage war like this. After all, I've been doing this for as long as I can remember, almost time immemorial here.
It's over 10 times my lifetime span, right?
Possibly.
Say it like that.
Possibly. Though I've never had anyone try to snuff out life in its entirety. So the fact that they would go this far means that the pot seemed sweeter.
Do off what you viewed as natural and orderly, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way life should be.
For them to choose death over life means that they have some reason. Something had swayed them.
When people claim lives like that, usually does have some kind of reason. I don't know why my nemesis decided to attack my town or kill my men, but his reasons are terrible. Whatever this reason is for your home to be destroyed like that, no, I can't let dark thoughts get in the way.
Don't try to compare the two. They're both terrible things, loss of life. Especially when it's a death that's unearned.
Exactly.
Life
put a
is...
hand on her shoulder and
Go ahead.
kind of give her a short squeeze, tight little squeeze. I know it doesn't seem like it'll be better now, but just trust me and my team. We've gone through hell and back in so many battles. We've made things right again, even when it seemed impossible. We'll do the same for you, for all the Archfey here.
She just looks at you, kind of with the head tilted. Just who are you, anyway? Really? Just who are you?
Well, I would tell you my full name entirely, but I know how Fae work now.
Oh, good grief. Again, it's more
I'm
the
teasing.
unseelie Fae you really need to watch out for, and I have no purpose into claiming any of you as my personal servants, especially when I owe you more than you owe me.
I know. I just decided to try to make some life humor. You know how it is.
Well, apologies that one did not register. But I'm not asking
fine.
your name. I'm asking who you are.
Honestly, I'll look up at the ceiling. I've been trying to figure that out for some time now. Before I met my friends, before I went on this adventure, I was set up for life, basically. Set to inherit my father's guild, be a leader. I thought trying to emulate him, trying to be what I thought was right, that would make me more than qualified, but now I've learned so much on this end. In some ways, I don't even know who I really am. But I think in some ways, that's not a bad thing. I learned that I can't be exactly a duplicate of my father. I'm sure as hell can't be a duplicate of my brother. I'm myself. And regardless of what happens, I'll figure it out. That's the way I am, I think. Someone who will fulfill something. He just doesn't know what that is yet. After all, I owe it to my men. All 600 of them.
So you're a wanderer and an aspiring leader. You're a beacon of hope for your home.
A paladin, for all intents and purposes.
Paladin. Few of those have wandered into the Feywild before. I know very much about paladins. Well, as much as I have been privy to find out. So you must serve somebody that is a higher being from where you come from.
I do. He'll show his hand mark. The Lady Serenray, goddess of redemption, of mercy. Though, when I was first picked by her, I wasn't exactly the best candidate. I was brash, impulsive. Honestly, more willing to commit violence more than actually think and be rational. I got chewed out a couple times. But the more I see just what violence does, the more pain it causes, the more I realize that she has a point. Violence like that is not justice or mercy. It's just killing for the sake of killing.
Death for the sake of it is wasted.
Exactly. Yes, I may take lives when we battle, but take lives to protect those that I care for. My companions, myself, my father, my brother. He'll look down at his sending stone and kind of rub it. The woman that was taken from me. From a mistake that I made that I will make right.
Sounds like you've got a lot on the back of your mind.
I think all of us here do, honestly. So much has happened in such a short amount of time that you would not believe it. The stories I could tell you, they could probably fill your mind with wonder and dread for 1,000 of your lifetimes. Legends, essentially, for the next generation of Fae.
Tales like that can be seen as something terrible and dreadful for when it happened, but here's the thing about those kinds of stories, especially how true they are. They pave the way to a future generation so that those can learn from the past and they don't end up repeating it. They learn from it, they grow from it, they become better for it. While the fools are usually the ones that try to repeat past mistakes, thinking that they can do one better.
Future where people don't have to kill each other. People can just be at peace. A utopia. Seems far-fetched, but I would like to believe that one day, one generation will attain that.
It's not something that I feel is impossible, but highly unlikely considering how things are here. Especially with the queen and her sister constantly at odds, I really do not see it happening. But that's not to say it's something you shouldn't strive for, wherever it is that you come from. A material plane, I'm taking.
Correct. You're from an archipelago, if you know what that is.
I do know what an archipelago is. I've seen them. Remember, I get around. I'm a traveler.
Sorry.
Despite being a dryad, I am a traveler. Because I have to sow the seeds everywhere. I'm sure that there was possibly a book or something about some of the deeds of myself or any of my followers.
It does exist. I haven't read it. No offense. I was
Oh, surely you've heard
trained to be a warrior.
Surely you've heard the story of Johnny Appleseed.
God damn it, Kagato. We were doing so good.
No, she's actually kind of serious here.
He gives her a look. It's only one of the most famous children's stories, I guess.
A lot of children's stories are based where?
Fair point. Some were fantastical.
He was one of mine. He went to the material plane and tried to share the wealth of apples amongst those of the plane. And as a result, you have apples. Though they're not as fantastic as these. Still.
So apples came originally from the Fae. Learned
Long,
something new
long
every day,
ago,
I
of
guess.
course. Probably before your ancestors were around.
Still, it's a nice little thought to think about.
We have been actually working in tandem in a lot of different ways, which is why members of the Seelie, especially the court, tends to favor those from the material plane. And
Branch between
why...
the two worlds, right?
It's also why, in a lot of ways, we need to rely on one of each other. So, that's why I'm going to try and put my faith in you and yours. Just as long as if you do decide to tackle this whole thing with Baltoth, that you just let me get a few shots in myself, if you don't mind. It starts to crack her own knuckles a little bit.
He just nods his head. No, I get it. When it comes to a personal enemy or someone who's done you wrong, I understand. Just don't let that rage make you into something you're not. That happened with me a couple times, and I don't ever want to go down that path again.
This pond could definitely use a little bit something more. What do you think?
How about something like lily roses?
So, I'm gonna actually stop the super sad music here because things are starting to calm down a bit. I will still kind of have some melancholy going on, though.
Oh, we're doing that.
So she will actually kind of wave her hand a little bit over that pond, and all of those leaves kind of get brushed aside, and some lilies actually do start to pop out. And I do believe I have some thing for that. Let's see. Yes, here we go. Either way, though, I think that's where we should probably leave off for right now. But yep, several lilies just pop up. They all kind of open up and bloom, showing off some almost like firefly lights inside, but they're not actual fireflies. They're just something magical.
He has a little bit of a smile. Could you make the roses look like they're dancing in the wind for a bit?
Who do you take me for?
It's just something to remind me of someone, that's all. Don't worry about it.
No, she says, "Who do you take me for?" As if you're asking. It's almost like you're asking a carpenter to carpent, so a plumber to plumb. So she just goes right at it, and she gets those lilies to essentially kind of float out of the water a little bit and start to rotate around each other in a light little dance.
He'll have a small smile on his face, and he'll say in Draconic, "Wait till you see these, Lazuli. Wait till you see them." And that's where we'll end it.
All right. So with that, we'll come to Kaylee. So Kaylee, you will find that both Noxie and Julie are huddled up next to each other. It seems as though that these two have definitely formed a friendship between the two. Julie, however, seems to have gotten a bit of a cut on her that has since healed. Styx has been here kind of doing his best to cheer them up, entertaining them, but they're constantly kind of eyeing over towards the doors as if curious to see if Lotus is okay. You don't even have to say anything. She just, upon seeing you, she just throws her arms around you and just gives you a big hug. Though she does kind of bury her face a bit against you and trying to hold back some tears, but for the most part, she's doing okay. If you are speaking, you seem to be muted. Kaylee?
Ah, shit.
There you go. Oh.
We heard the
Hello?
shit, and then you were
Can you hear
gone.
me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
E.
My microphone decided to crap out on me for some reason. So it wasn't muted, but apparently it wasn't picking up anything. So
Ooh, gotcha.
yeah, but anyways,
good now.
she leans down and she's stroking her hair. I'm sorry I wasn't here. Are you okay? You got a cut.
I'm okay. Mr. Lotus helped me. He helped everybody as best as he could. I think he's just tired now.
Well, we'll let him sleep, okay? She looks up at Noxie. You okay too?
She has her arms crossed, but she's not doing it as like a defiance anything. She's kind of more self-composing. Like, just taking a deep breath. I'm okay. So, we understand that's something that's been happening here. That's a little scary, I'm not gonna lie. Those things are huge.
Yeah. Though it's still more safe here than it is with us. Or even anywhere outside of this circus. But anyways, found out some things. I was wondering if you guys could help me out with something.
Yeah, but turning the wrong way. Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever it is.
Okay. Give me a minute.
That's the first time you spoke up so quickly. Shut up.
She goes over to Nathalie. I wanted to bury your friends, but I didn't want to do it without you.
I see. Thank you. You didn't necessarily need to do that, but I'm grateful that you are. The burying thing.
I think it's something that they would have wanted. Anyways.
And for me, it's very much the same as you've probably heard from other Fae, that their energy returns back to the world. For me, it's another step forward than that. It's the feeling of they literally go back to the earth. They were born from it, and now they'll return to it, so they can help to bring life elsewhere, or even perhaps be reborn again someday. So when somebody that's in my domain passes, it actually is a customary thing to bury them. Something that we've actually picked up from the material plane, to be honest. And that's why I was kind of taken aback that you were wanting to do so and wanted to bring me with you. Many would just leave them there because they would eventually be taken by the life itself, but there was no life there to take them.
Well, they were close to you, right?
I don't know how relationships are truly in the material plane, but here we can have relationships with all sorts of creatures, not just other archfey or fairies or pixies, but the very animals too. They have their own families, their own lives. They communicate just as much as you or I. Robin here, he had a family as well. And we don't know where they are.
Then they deserve to be laid to rest. At least that's how I see it. And she goes over. Alright, you two. Gently takes Julie's hand and offers her hand to Naxi.
All right, I guess this is fine. It's not the first time. Let's follow her. Yeah, put these up. Highlight them all.
So many characters.
Highlight them all. So many characters.
So you two have been in this circus for a while. Do you know what's a really pretty place?
Really pretty place. Well, I mean, I like a lot of places. I mean, I like it from the big top. I like the... She just starts listing off a whole bunch of different attractions. Although Noxie steps up. I know a place. Follow me.
Okay.
So, I'm going to actually...
You can just pick up my character and take them.
That's what I'm going to have to do. So... I think actually I might be able to do it quickly if I just highlight everybody and just drag you all instead of one at a time, because it's not terribly far. Did I grab everybody? Yes. Oh no, Julie is underground.
No,
Julie is underground. Okay, so let me take care of this real quick and boop. No, okay, let's try again and boop. Oh my goodness, and there she is.
Oh god, we're missing a
What's
piece
she
of the floor. There we go.
I had to dig her out. She was completely underground.
Oh
She made a
god.
vow. She made a vow her mother had to be found.
Oh god, Sonic Underground.
Alright.
There's not a lot of
Exactly.
really pretty places around here, but it's mostly because of, there's a lot of attractions. But this is an actual pretty nice place. There's a lot of trees, and if you look around, there's 4 of those really blossoming trees just kind of surrounding this place. So I think it's nice.
It's perfect, Noxie. Thank you. She gently takes out all the skeletons and lays them down. Mostly trying to keep the 2 rabbits together.
Mm-hmm. Neathri will help out with that. In fact, she'll actually tend to the soil right beneath you, so you don't have to go through any kind of digging. She will just mold the earth in order to make a very nice-looking resting place. So you won't have to do anything extra. Which, of course, means that this little bamboo shoot's going to be boop, right over there.
Perfect. Gently lowers them in. Is there anything you want to say?
There's not much that needs to be said other than just return to the earth, and hopefully we will meet again. Until then, rest well.
So Kaylee will turn back and she'll actually start to sing in Veldaken. It sounds very much almost like a lullaby.
Mm-hmm.
But when she's done, she basically takes the earth and puts it back over.
It's not a language I've heard before. Is that something from the material plane?
Yes, it's from my adopted home.
Ah.
Basically, my adopted parents taught me it. They taught me a lot about life and love. Basically, you're to live life to its fullest and treat it with kindness. And once you're gone, you show respect to the ones that have gone on. You asked me, you pondered why I didn't just leave them there. And the main reason is, I couldn't. Even if I thought that they were just mindless animals, I couldn't just leave them there. Because they deserved one final act of kindness.
That's a kindness that they're going to take with them, that they're going to share with the soil, and that's going to spring forth a generation even kinder than the last.
And that's what I want you two to go off with. No matter where you are, okay?
This is way different than what I'm used to. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, of course, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, I'm so used to my clan essentially caring so little the only thing that they cared about was themselves, and that's not even their own family, literally just themselves. This is so different from that.
Well, I can guarantee you that the goblins we know are very different from that. They're actually very kind.
As I've heard, and I'm going to be honest, it's still strange to think about, but
A little bit too good to be true.
it was before, but the more it's repeated, the more I'm beginning to believe it. She's just like us.
Sorry.
Huh? She's like us. She also she was adopted. Oh, right, you did say that, didn't you?
Well, it's a little weird because I was able to find my biological parents. It's a long story, but even though I found my biological parents, that didn't mean my adoptive parents were any less parents to me, so to speak.
Ooh.
They were still the people that raised me.
You're lucky.
Well, I was wondering if you two wanted to be a part of my family.
I thought we were.
You guys already picked up on it, haven't you?
Oh, I picked up on it after the first few days of knowing you. Noxie was a little bit slow on the upkeep, or up on the uptake, or words. Word speaking.
She just takes both of them and pulls them into a close embrace.
Hey, all right.
You've only met one of your other mothers, but you do have a father. He's back in the material plane, but you'll learn of him soon enough, okay?
Wait, other mothers. Oh, wait, you're talking about. All right, yeah. You're going at it with that fairy, aren't you? Huh?
The long story. We'll explain it once we get back to the court.
Interesting. Now I have some gossip. You know what? That's actually warming. I will hear of these tales.
Well, Kaylee will basically step back and explain as much as she can of the whole entire story that led up to them coming to the Feywild. And I'll end it there.
Perfect. Because really, Neathri has heard little bits and pieces, but she hasn't heard everything. So you doing so, now she's going to be actually up to speed. Chase, kind of come to you. That's Charles, not Chase. There he is.
So Chase is just taking everything in, has a piece of parchment out in front of him that's partially complete. His mother's unfinished spell. Well, darling, I think we need to clear our heads a bit. Yeah. Yeah. So, we have a stage. We have an instrument of sorts. Why don't we put on a show?
Ah.
Chase will essentially start channeling energy, pulling out his little makeshift instrument he uses to do magical tinkering to impersonate a instrument, and he will start just instead of mimicking a song, he's going to attempt to play a song that's been in his head since that's been popping into his head ever since he entered the Feywild.
Okay. Go ahead and roll performance.
I'll have Sue kind of just massage his shoulders, just kind of try and relax him so he can get advantage on this. So, roll is 21. Like I said, I'm using the magical tinkering thing, which allows me again to use the expertise. So the roll is going to be a 29.
Jeez, yeah, you're fine. In fact, your singing actually seems to bring a bit of a calm to the area. People that were hiding, mostly. Go ahead.
If I may.
Yes.
The song itself starts as Dreamer and Melody both seem to appear as astral images next to him through his arcane deflection skill. Dreamer at a piano. Chase starts playing, imitating a violin playing. After it goes for a second, Melody starts to sing, but not with any words, as the song that comes out is Aria of the Soul.
Ah. All right.
As it just plays out, Chase feels something just continues to play and play, repeating itself over and over. Something clicks as the scroll, for a second, seems to completely finish itself before burning away. In the back of Chase's mind, he hears one last thing, another female voice say, "My final gift to you, my child." As Chase has finally learned, Aria of the Soul. Or, excuse me, Symphony of the Soul is the name of the spell.
Gotcha.
And that's all Chase is going to be doing for a while, so it's just going to continue going on.
Then the song does seem to bring a comfort to the area, as Fae that were once hiding out, waiting to hear that everything was all right. Mostly those that have boarded themselves up in little nooks and crannies, bars, tents that are just nearby, they start to hear this. And you start to gain a bit of an audience. Many of them seem to be really comforted by this, and they all just find themselves a seat or still stand nearby the stage, and they just quietly listen. As Chase continues on with the performance, Evelyn, we're going to come back to you, back where Belle and Koji are. As you have been found snooping as usual, I see.
Not
Why, what? Why, I wasn't exactly stealthing, was I?
Stealthing and snooping are two different things.
Well, I was probably gonna be here to maybe give Cozy a bit more of a fair fight, but I think you beat me to it.
What, the part where a fair fight? He just lost a blatantly unfair fight. This should have favored him. But he's too stuck inside his own head to fight properly.
I can see that bit. Well, ah, I pressed the wrong buttons. Well, Koji, as blah. Sometimes we have to, unfortunately, fight people we don't want to fight, and sometimes those fights can be under a pretense that you can be unsure about. Speaking a tiny bit from experience when we had to go and save a bunch of kidnapped people from someone I thought I knew by the name of Jack, but I guess at the time I didn't know him that well.
Trickery is most certainly something that is rife in the Feywild. Lying, not quite so much. So I can't really imagine too much about this adversary of yours, but it seems as though that you've conquered him.
Pretty much. We beaten him. We didn't kill him, but we did send him a bit. We did send him away. Although I like to think that there was some good in his heart, because he never actually harmed anyone. Kidnapped them, sure, but not exactly harm.
Then with your adversary defeated, what is it that you still fight for now?
At the moment, making sure that I don't wake up one day and see nothing at all. Because it better to see if I can at least attribute to helping these guys stop what they're trying to do, what they're trying to stop, other than just going back home and not knowing how things might turn out.
She can see the world beyond the bridge of her own nose. Just because just because her problems are technically solved doesn't make other people's go away.
As much as I wouldn't like to say that this problem isn't taken out mine, it unfortunately is part of mine, because I live in the same world as you. Well, probably not the exact same, but sort of the same.
Yeah, but you'd be long dead before you have to deal with the consequences of any of my actions. Mine or my people's.
Perhaps. But that doesn't mean I can't delay them much for longer.
You're not going to catch me disagreeing.
You two are a strange group of individuals.
No. Normally, me and him can't be let outside easily.
Yes, I believe the last time that happened is something about a talking crab. Or was that... No, that was the first time.
Yeah, that was the first time.
Talking crab and a treasure chest. I don't recall what happened last time. That doesn't happen very often, actually. People blow that way out of proportion.
Yeah.
I do not recall what happened last time. Last time it was just you and I. I think I get up to more shit with Akira.
Perhaps, but maybe, who knows? Maybe this might be a nice little thing to let them know that, hey, we may not cause mischief on our own. Maybe.
What exactly would we be reporting? I cheered Koji up by beating the shit out of him, and you just sat there and let me? Like, I don't see where this report falls in our favor.
Well, I just kept an eye on you.
Just sat there and let me.
Yeah, I didn't say it was a good report.
To be fair, this is more of a one-on-one ring rather than a two-on-one.
Oh, that's very true.
May not necessarily be that may be true, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't be able to interfere in some ways.
Yeah, you're forgetting. You're a martial artist. Your mind is rigid. It's based on rules, predictability, habits. Me and her are spellcasters. Cheating is quite literally woven into our DNA.
Well, cheating is very rude. Please stop it.
Why do you think I beat the absolute shit out of you? That was a spell. I can't punch that hard, naturally.
You mean to say that this whole time that...
Yes.
I don't hold back. Well, I held back a little. I didn't use the sword. But I go full when I commit to something, I use every tool I got. Why aren't you?
Because the tools that I have are currently not available for me to use.
Says who?
Says the Inu
Akira's
clan.
got this problem. Akira seems to have this problem too. He appears to have something great and terrible locked inside of him as well that he is equally afraid of.
Because he's a Nine-Tails.
Yes, so... Can you explain that? Like, truly explain that, because I don't see why he seems to think he loses that battle of will.
Nine-tailed beings in our clan are typically destined to become something far greater than what they're hoping. Best way to put it is that there is essentially a demon locked away inside of them that's desperate to come out. That's why the Nine-Tails are far more dangerous, especially when they're completely let loose, and that's why they are Malric's personal soldiers.
Okay. That sort of illuminates a few things about him.
He very likely is trying to keep it
sounds a lot
suppressed to
more-
not become what he's destined to become.
That explains him. That still doesn't explain you. How many tails are you?
That's what I tried to mention before. Everything that I have at my disposal has been taken from me. I am just by myself. I am a single-tailed kitsune warrior. My resources, they were my fellow students, my fellow teachers, my fellow comrades. We worked together. We were a unit. I am just me.
Are you listening to this idiot?
A little bit. And yeah, you're just you, but you're the one who taught all those students.
Do you believe that a war can be won by a single soldier?
Counter question: do you believe that a war can be? Do you believe that a war can be won by a unit with no casualties if every member of that unit is not pulling their weight, is not giving it everything they have?
There's bound to be casualties, but we work stronger as a unit than we do as individuals. By myself,
Okay, but
I am not capable. With them, we are capable.
Are you not part of a unit here? Also,
No.
a minute ago, you were beating yourself up over your inability to save everyone.
Because that's all I have
Over your
left.
inability.
That's all I have left.
He's going in circles. Do you want to take a stab at this?
Well, even if you say that all you have left, then make it so that only you save the people that you can save, not just try and save everyone. Because if you're only trying to focus on yourself and save everyone, it's going to be a losing endeavor. Especially if you're using only melee. You need to talk with other people and see about getting them to the point where they can work well with you and support each other. From what it sounds like, you've been trying to work on all this by yourself. Is that right?
Of course it is.
So you haven't been asking around anyone to, like, if you can teach them or anything, or if they can help supply with some things, or even help you learn things and build a camaraderie with others. Because if you keep that way, you're not. There's people that you save are gonna be very few. Hey, take a look at this guy. Take a look at Bell here. He's someone that, even though he can save a bunch of people on his own, at most times he will put himself in too much danger. I think there was one time he even used his own life force to heal someone.
That's happened a couple of times, but only like 3. I think 3. Might have only been 2. I don't know, it was a while ago. But to briefly go back to your whole lack of power, as Evelyn already pointed out, you trained the very people that you're fighting against. I understand that they are naturally more powerful than you, but any idiot with big, built like a brick shithouse can push people around. I thought a martial artist would be the first to understand that the origin of your art was specifically so smaller people would stand a chance in combat.
You're misunderstanding. They aren't fighting the way that I taught them. They are fighting in a very feral form. They are controlled. They are not themselves anymore. They are not my students. They are not my comrades. They are currently monsters under the control of somebody who just wants to use them to maul and attack and eat. He has no understanding of our ways of combat. He has no true understanding of fox magic.
So,
They're just pawns.
no, I understand that. I can relate to that. So, I'm possibly not understanding more than you think. I'm not understanding what your problem is with going against them. You don't have to kill them. Like, you understand this, right? As it's been confirmed for us a couple of times these past few days, kill the source, you kill the Fae, you kill the source. Kill whoever's in control of them, this goes away. Until then, if they're fighting like animals, your discipline should be able to disable them, drive them off. You don't have to get legal.
True. That is true. When there's several of them at once about to bear their teeth down on a helpless anyone helpless, you try to go in and you try to save them. But if you're not prepared enough, skilled enough, then it's practically suicide. My point that I'm making is that I don't have my team with me, so I have to do things on my own. And because I have to do things on my own, I can't do things efficiently. And if I can't do things efficiently, then people are going to end up losing their lives.
Don't have a team. You weren't fighting alone during the attack.
No, I wasn't. Not necessarily. They were elsewhere helping out other people. You think we were all together at the same time? We were spread out. Our forces were worn thin. Unless you find a way for us to clone ourselves, not everyone here can protect themselves. There's even more now than there was before, as I understand, because now you saved me. I'm trying my best. You all are here. They didn't have this before.
So you acknowledge everything you just said is true?
Yes.
Then why the fuck are you blaming yourself? You just said it. You can't be everywhere. Neither can they.
As a DM, I'm actually exhausted now.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, because at this point,
Am
it's
I
just
going
like,
in circles? Are you going in circles? Who's going in circles here?
it's like we're.
I feel
Yeah,
like
I
this.
think it's safe to move on from that.
I feel like at this point you're both going in circles. But Cody, I will say this: you should honestly think about like training up a backup team just for here, so people know that how to defend themselves, just long enough to either get away, or just to be able to, hold off until more help comes.
Or hell, gather everyone who is currently fighting here and do to them what I just did to you. Instill discipline.
Well, probably with less magic than he did to you.
Well, yeah, but I need the magic to fight like that. He can just sort of do that.
I would have just used Golem.
Yeah, but this built so much more character.
But yeah,
Well,
just think about that a bit, Cozy.
We'll treat it as such as though that while Koji seemed to have been convinced one way, you seem to have convinced him another way, and now he is lost in thought about that. I think that's probably a better way for this to end, other than me frantically trying to break the circle. Because the circle was going to stay. It's like he feels he's not strong enough because he doesn't have his people with him. He's having to fight these people, and he feels like he can't be everywhere at once, but he feels like something deep down telling him that he should. So right now,
yeah,
that
the point
is
I was attempting to drive home is that you're not alone, you don't have to do all of that crap. Like, whether we're here or not, you still have people. They're just not the people you would like.
That's the other thing. It's like, yeah, he's Kitsune, so these people here are all kinds of manners of Fae. He's used to working with Kitsune, so that I think it makes more sense for at this point him to just be like, okay, they've presented me with another way of thinking, maybe I should think about that instead of trying to fight against it or trying to explain and come around and like come with an equal understanding, but at the same time it causes us to go in a circle again.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll leave it at that okay, you convinced him another way of thinking. So with that, he'll just be like, I'm gonna just be here for a while and try and mull over everything that you've said.
All right.
Okay then. And Bella, if I really wanted to, I could have dispelled magic you.
But you didn't, because you knew what I was doing.
Maybe.
Like, am I wrong? You knew why I was kicking the shit out of him.
All right. I'm gonna say this only because of two things. First thing, it's because it's getting a little bit late, and second, I am starting to feel a bit of a flare up. So I think we should probably wrap it up here. Now that everybody's gotten a good full turn in, And next week we'll pick up on any leftovers that anybody would like to do from what happened here tonight and leading into the autumn region. We should hopefully have Akira back by then too. So, all right. So apologies about a lot of the bugs, a lot of the technical difficulties, my condition, and everything else. Hopefully everything will be back to normal next week.
Hopefully.
All right. Well, I guess on that, have a good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.